Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Fallen Dark Lord. Long before the wizarding world could breathe freely again, long before children would grow up without fear, there existed a time of darkness and despair, a time when a name was never spoken aloud, referred to only as he who must not be named, or you know who in fearful whispers. This was the era of Lord Voldemort's first rise to power, a dark chapter in magical history that seemed to have concluded on that fateful Halloween night in Godric's Hollow. The village of Godric's Hollow stood quiet that evening, its cobblestone streets illuminated by the soft amber glow of street lamps. Behind the protective enchantments of the Fidelius charm, the Potter cottage appeared unremarkable from the outside, a quaint two-story home with ivy climbing its stone walls. Inside, James and Lily Potter had created a sanctuary for themselves and their infant son Harry, hidden away from the Dark Lord, who sought their child's life because of a prophecy that foretold his potential downfall. The betrayal came swift and devastating. Their secret keeper, Peter Pettigrew, had revealed their location to Lord Voldemort. The Dark Lord arrived at Godric's Hollow as darkness fell, his tall, thin figure gliding through the autumn mist like a specter of death itself. No ordinary wizard would have detected his presence until it was too late, as was the case for the Potter family. James Potter fell first, wandless and defenseless in the narrow hallway of their home, attempting to buy precious seconds for his wife and child to escape. Upstairs, in the nursery with pale blue walls and magical creatures dancing across the ceiling, Lily Potter stood as the final barrier between Voldemort and her son. When offered the rare chance to step aside, she refused, and her sacrifice created the most powerful protective magic known, love that would ultimately become Lord Voldemort's undoing. When the killing curse intended for young Harry Potter rebounded upon its caster, few witnessed what truly occurred in that moment. The cottage's upper floor exploded outward, the nursery walls disintegrating in a blast of green light that illuminated the night sky over Godric's Hollow. The Dark Lord's physical form was destroyed, ripped from corporeal existence by his own rebounding magic, leaving only his empty robes to settle upon the floor amidst the rubble. But Lord Voldemort had taken precautions against mortality that few wizards had ever dared to attempt. Through acts of unspeakable evil, he had created multiple Horcruxes, objects containing fragments of his shattered soul, ensuring that even if his body were destroyed, he could not truly die. This terrible magic had transformed him into something less than human, but more enduring than mortal flesh. In the aftermath of his body's destruction, Voldemort's consciousness remained, a formless wraith, less substantial than the meanest ghost, yet still possessed of terrible will and malevolent purpose. Severely weakened, barely existing, the entity that had been Lord Voldemort fled the ruined cottage, fled Britain entirely, seeking the deep shadows of distant forests where he might hide and recover from his unprecedented defeat. The Albanian forests became his refuge, ancient woodlands where dark magic had left its imprint over centuries. There, among the densely packed trees where sunlight rarely penetrated to the forest floor, the bodiless Dark Lord lingered in a twilight existence. He possessed small animals, rats, snakes, and other creatures of the underbrush, but these vessels could not long sustain his damaged soul fragment. The creatures died quickly, their simple bodies failing under the strain of containing even a portion of such darkened magic. For years this half-life continued, a torment beyond imagination for one who had sought to conquer death itself. Without a wand, without hands to hold one, without a voice to cast spells, Lord Voldemort, who had once been the most feared wizard in Britain, was reduced to a parasitic existence, fleeing from one temporary host to another, always hunting, always hungry, always alone with his consuming hatred and thirst for vengeance. Those who had opposed him celebrated what they believed was his permanent defeat. The wizarding world emerged from shadow into light, rebuilding what had been damaged, mourning their dead, and creating memorials to the fallen. The boy who lived became a legend, his name spoken with reverence, his lightning bolt scar, a symbol of hope. Meanwhile, many of Voldemort's former followers claimed bewitchment or coercion, slipping back into respectable society, some rising to positions of considerable influence within the Ministry of Magic. Few suspected that Lord Voldemort still existed in any form. Albus Dumbledore was perhaps the only wizard who truly understood the depths of Tom Riddle's experiments with dark magic, who recognized that conventional death could not have claimed one who had gone to such lengths to anchor his soul to the earthly plane. While others put away their fears with their mourning clothes, Dumbledore remained vigilant, watching, waiting for signs of the Dark Lord's inevitable attempt to return. In his bodiless state, Voldemort had ample time to contemplate his errors, to nurse his hatred, and to plan his resurrection. His defeat at the hands of an infant had been humiliating, but educational. He had underestimated the ancient magic of sacrifice, the protection that Lily Potter had unknowingly invoked with her death. It was a mistake he would not make again. He would return, stronger and more terrible than before, with knowledge hard-won through suffering. Time passed differently for the disembodied Dark Lord. Days blended into months, months into years, as he drifted through the Albanian wilderness, a shadow among shadows. Occasionally, rumors of strange occurrences would reach wizarding villages nearby, animals behaving unnaturally, small creatures found dead without apparent cause, darkened patches of forest where plants withered and nothing would grow. Few connected these eerie happenings to the fallen Dark Lord of Britain. When Hogwarts Professor Quirinus Quirrell ventured into those woods during his sabbatical year, seeking to gain practical experience to supplement his theoretical knowledge of the dark arts, he found more than he had bargained for. Ambitious but weak-willed, Quirrell became the perfect vessel for Voldemort's parasitic existence. The Dark Lord's persuasive words offered knowledge and power beyond Quirrell's modest talents, and in a moment of fateful weakness, the professor agreed to share his body with what remained of Lord Voldemort. This possession enabled the Dark Lord to leave Albania at last, to return to Britain concealed beneath Quirrell's turban, to infiltrate Hogwarts itself in search of the Philosopher's Stone, an object that could restore his physical form and grant immortality. Though this attempt ultimately failed, thwarted once again by Harry Potter and the lingering protection of his mother's sacrifice, it marked Voldemort's first significant effort to regain corporeal form. In the quiet hours of night, when the boundary between waking and dreams grows thin, consider the terrible isolation of that shadowy existence. What thoughts occupied the mind of the fallen Dark Lord during those long years of bodiless exile? What dreams of revenge sustained his weakened consciousness? What plans formed in the darkness of the Albanian forests that would one day bring terror back to the wizarding world? And what might have happened had he never found a willing host? Had he remained forever a formless wraith, a cautionary tale whispered to frighten children on dark nights? Chapter 2. The Albanian Exile. Ancient trees stand as silent sentinels in the forests of Albania, their gnarled branches reaching upward like bony fingers against the night sky. These woodlands have witnessed centuries of history, absorbing the whispers of countless secrets into their aged bark. It is here, among the shadows of this primeval landscape, that the essence of what remained of Lord Voldemort found refuge after his devastating defeat at Godric's Hollow. The Albanian forests are dense and forbidding, filled with mist that clings to the forest floor like a spectral shroud. Locals have long regarded certain parts of these woods with superstition, avoiding areas where the trees grow too close together, where sunlight seems unable to penetrate the thick canopy, and where animals fall mysteriously silent. These remote regions became the perfect sanctuary for a being who was less than ghost, yet more than memory. What does it mean to exist without a body? For Lord Voldemort, once the most feared dark wizard of the age, this existence was a continuous torment. Imagine consciousness without form, no eyes to see, no ears to hear in the conventional sense, no voice to speak, no hands to grasp a wand. His perception of the world became a strange, distorted thing, more attuned to life force and magical energies than physical sensations. He could sense the warm-blooded creatures that scurried through the underbrush, could feel the pulsing of their simple lives, like beacons in the darkness of his formless state. The Albanian exile was not merely a period of hiding, but a profound transformation in how Voldemort experienced existence itself. Without the physical senses that ground human experience, his consciousness expanded in unexpected ways. He became acutely aware of the magical currents that flow through all living things, could taste the differences between various types of magic in a way no corporeal wizard could comprehend. This heightened perception would later inform his understanding of ancient magics and the deeper workings of spells that few modern wizards had bothered to study. Survival in this state required the possession of living creatures. Small animals, primarily rodents and snakes, became his unwilling hosts. The process of possession was cruel and inevitably fatal to these simple beings. Their bodies were never meant to contain even a fragment of a human soul, let alone one as damaged and corrupted as Voldemort's. Their natural instincts would fight against his control, their simple nervous systems overwhelmed by his commanding presence, until finally their bodies would fail, forcing him to seek another host. The forest itself seemed to respond to his presence. In areas where the Dark Lord lingered too long, plants would wither, leaves would blacken and curl as though touched by invisible frost. Small pools of water would grow stagnant and develop a film of unnatural scum. Even the insects would abandon these places, creating pockets of eerie silence in the otherwise vibrant forest ecosystem. Local wizards who occasionally ventured into the deeper woods would sometimes stumble upon these dead zones and hurriedly retreat, crossing themselves or making ancient signs against evil. Time passed differently for the bodiless Dark Lord. Without the rhythms of hunger or fatigue, without sunrise or sunset affecting his formless existence, days blended seamlessly into one another. What might have been unbearable loneliness for another was, for Voldemort, merely an extension of the isolation he had always preferred. Human connection had never been his desire. Power had always been his only true companion. Yet even in this reduced state, Lord Voldemort's formidable intellect remained. Unable to practice magic directly, he turned inward, refining his understanding of magical theory, contemplating the nature of existence itself, and most importantly, planning his eventual return to power. The long hours of isolation allowed him to revisit memories of past failures, to analyze what had gone wrong, and to formulate new strategies that would not repeat previous errors. The defeat at Godric's Hollow had been educational in the most painful way possible. He had learned that there were ancient magics he had discounted, protections born of sacrifice and love that his logical mind had never fully appreciated. This knowledge did not soften him. Quite the opposite. It merely added another layer to his tactical understanding, another variable to consider in his calculations. If such magic could be used against him, perhaps it could also be harnessed to serve his ends. Occasionally, humans would venture into the depths of his forest domain. Most were muggles, hikers, naturalists, or local woodcutters who quickly sensed something amiss and departed. But rarest and most precious were the wizards who came seeking the rumored dark energies of the ancient Albanian forests. These were often dark wizards themselves, drawn to the whispers of ancient magical knowledge said to linger in these woods. Voldemort would observe these visitors from within, whatever host creature he currently inhabited, assessing their magical abilities and mental fortitude. Most he deemed unworthy of notice, their magical talents mediocre, their minds too strong-willed or too weak to be of use. But occasionally, one would show promise, a combination of magical ability, ambition, and psychological vulnerability that might make them a suitable tool. Quirinius Quirrell had been one such visitor, a young professor on sabbatical, seeking to gain practical experience to bolster his theoretical knowledge of defense against the dark arts. His intellectual curiosity made him venture deeper into the forest than most, while his latent insecurities made him susceptible to manipulation. When Voldemort revealed himself, a voice seemingly inside Quirrell's own mind at first, offering insights into dark magic that the professor had never considered, the young wizard was both terrified and intrigued. Their initial communication was a subtle negotiation. Voldemort presented himself not as a defeated Dark Lord, but as a misunderstood magical genius willing to share rare knowledge. Quirrell's ambition made him receptive. His rationalization that he was merely learning, not turning dark himself, allowed him to justify continued interaction. By the time he realized the true identity of his mentor, the relationship had progressed too far for easy extraction. The possession of Quirrell represented a significant improvement over the small forest creatures. A human host could sustain Voldemort's presence far longer, could communicate complex thoughts, could perform magic at his direction. Through Quirrell, the Dark Lord gained a wand again, gained eyes and ears in the wizarding world, gained mobility and purpose after years of waiting. The failed attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts sent Voldemort back to his Albanian exile, weakened once more, his host destroyed by the same protective magic that had thwarted him years before. But this setback was temporary in his mind, merely another lesson, another adjustment to be made to his long-term strategy. He returned to the shadows of the forest, to the parasitic existence he had endured before, but with renewed determination and refined plans. During this second Albanian exile, Voldemort's patience was tested as never before. Having tasted partial restoration through Quirrell, having come tantalizingly close to obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, returning to formless existence was a bitter regression. Yet the experience had proven that return was possible, that pathways to restoration existed. He needed only to find the right opportunity, the right servant. The Dark Lord's opportunity would eventually arrive in the form of his most devoted servant, Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew, the betrayer of the Potters, had been living as a rat for 12 years, hiding from both the wizarding authorities and former Death Eater colleagues who believed he had led Voldemort to his downfall. When circumstances forced Pettigrew out of hiding, his options were limited. Return to the master he had once served seemed his only path to survival, as the pale moonlight filters through the ancient trees of Albania, casting long shadows across the forest floor. Consider how isolation shapes a soul already fragmented by dark magic. What insights might come from years spent in formless contemplation? What terrible patience might be cultivated in the endless quiet of exile? And what would you do if you encountered a patch of forest where nothing grows, where silence hangs heavy in the air, and where you can feel unseen eyes watching from the shadows? Would you turn back, or would curiosity draw you deeper into the darkness? Chapter 3. The Servant Returns. Moonlight spills across the English countryside, illuminating a small, scurrying figure moving with desperate urgency through fields and hedgerows. This creature, though appearing to be a common rat, carries within it a human consciousness burdened by fear, guilt, and the weight of terrible choices. Peter Pettigrew, once a trusted friend, now a revealed traitor, flees toward an uncertain future, his options narrowed to a single terrible path. The events at the Shrieking Shack had unfolded with catastrophic swiftness for Pettigrew. After 12 years of hiding as Percy and then Ron Weasley's pet rat, Scabbers, his true identity had been exposed by his former friends, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. The elaborate deception that Sirius had betrayed the Potters and murdered Pettigrew along with 12 Muggles had unraveled in a single night. Only his escape in rat form had saved him from immediate capture and probable imprisonment in Azkaban. As Pettigrew scurried through the damp grass, his rat's heart beating rapidly in his chest, his human mind raced with equal speed. His situation had become untenable. The wizarding world would soon know that he was alive, that he had been the Potter's secret keeper, that the betrayal had been his. The Death Eaters who remained at large would see him as the reason for their master's downfall. There was no sanctuary for him now, no place of safety within Britain's magical community. The realization came to him gradually as he crossed county borders, moving ever eastward. There was only one path that offered him any hope of protection. He must find his former master. The Dark Lord, according to rumors that had occasionally reached Pettigrew's sensitive rat ears while living at Hogwarts, was not truly gone. Whispers among certain Slytherin students suggested that Voldemort had survived in some form, weakened but not destroyed. If these rumors held any truth, if the Dark Lord could be found and restored, perhaps Pettigrew might yet secure his own survival by proving his loyalty through service. The journey from Scotland to Albania is not one easily made by a common garden rat. Pettigrew was forced to transform back to his human form periodically, stealing clothes, food, and occasionally confronting muggles to secure transportation. Each transformation was a risk. The Ministry would surely be watching for a man of his description, but necessity drove him forward. When possible, he traveled as a rat, stowing away on trucks, trains, and even ships, moving across Europe with single-minded determination born of desperation. The landscape changed around him as he journeyed southeastward. The rolling hills of England gave way to the flatlands of the Netherlands, then the forests of Germany, the mountains of Austria, and the rural expanses of the Balkans. Throughout these travels, Pettigrew kept his ears open, both in human and rat form, for any whisper, any hint that might guide him to his former master's location. It was in Hungary that he first heard specific mention of the Albanian forests. In a dimly lit tavern frequented by wizards of questionable repute, a heavily cloaked figure spoke in hushed tones of strange happenings in certain Albanian woodlands, animals behaving unnaturally, areas where vegetation withered inexplicably, and an oppressive sense of dark magic that kept local wizards at bay. To most listeners, these were merely curious tales of potentially dangerous magical phenomena, but to Pettigrew, they sounded like breadcrumbs leading to what he sought. His final approach to the Albanian forests was marked by increasing caution. As he drew nearer to his destination, Pettigrew spent more time in his rat form, his sensitive whiskers detecting subtle changes in the air, his acute hearing catching the whispers of the forest. The animals here behaved strangely. Birds fell silent without apparent cause. Small mammals darted away from certain areas, as though fleeing an invisible predator. These were signs familiar to one who had served the Dark Lord before, indications of a presence that disturbed the natural order. Deep in the forest, where the trees grew so densely that little sunlight reached the ground even at midday, Pettigrew transformed back into his human form. Standing nervously in a small clearing, his watery eyes darting from shadow to shadow, he called out in a trembling voice, "My lord, are you here? It is I, Peter Pettigrew, returned to serve you." The silence that followed seemed to stretch into eternity. Only the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle breeze answered him. Had he been mistaken? Had the rumors been false? Or had he come to the wrong location? Then, a coldness descended upon the clearing. Not the natural chill of evening, but something that seemed to freeze the very marrow of his bones. A presence made itself felt, a consciousness that pressed against his mind like an icy hand. "Wormtail," came a voice, high and cold, seeming to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have returned to me, after 13 years. The reunion between master and servant was not a joyous one. Lord Voldemort, existing as little more than a wraith, regarded Pettigrew's return with a mixture of contempt and calculated interest. Here was a tool delivered to him, not an impressive one, but perhaps useful nonetheless. Pettigrew, for his part, alternated between terror and relief, prostrating himself before the spectral form that had once been the most feared wizard in Britain. "Why now?" the cold voice asked. "Why, after all this time, do you seek your master? Not loyalty, surely, you who lived as a rat while faithful servants rotted in Azkaban." Pettigrew's explanations were a pitiful mixture of half-truths and outright fabrications. He claimed to have been strategically placed to gather information, suggested that he could have killed Harry Potter at any time, had he known it would serve his master. The lies fell flat against the penetrating intelligence that observed him. But Voldemort allowed the charade to continue. Weak and duplicitous though Pettigrew might be, he was also desperate, magically capable, and physically whole, qualities that made him infinitely more useful than any forest creature. The weeks that followed established a grotesque routine. Pettigrew hunted for food, gathered information from nearby wizarding settlements, and prepared simple potions that helped sustain Voldemort's non-corporeal existence. The Dark Lord, for his part, instructed his servant in the creation of a temporary body, a crude, infantile form that could house his consciousness more effectively than possessed animals had done. The process was a dark and disturbing one, requiring concoctions of snake venom and unicorn blood. Pettigrew's hands shook as he prepared these mixtures, his stomach turning at the rituals he was commanded to perform. Yet he persisted, his fear of abandonment greater than his revulsion at what he was helping to create. The temporary form that resulted was barely human, small, scaly, with glowing red eyes and barely formed limbs. It required constant care, like some horrific parody of an infant, dependent on Pettigrew for survival even as it commanded him with imperious cruelty. Carrying this burden, tending to its needs, Pettigrew began to experience a strange form of Stockholm Syndrome, his identity increasingly defined by his service to the monstrous creature. As summer waned and news reached them of the Quidditch World Cup and the upcoming Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts, Voldemort's plans began to coalesce. The temporary form had stabilized his existence, allowing for more coherent thought and more effective use of magic, albeit in a limited fashion. Now he turned his formidable intellect toward the problem of full restoration, a proper rebirth into a complete physical body. "There is a way, Wormtail," the high, cold voice explained during the long nights in their hidden dwelling. "An ancient magic, difficult and dangerous, but effective. It will require specific ingredients, precise timing, and Harry Potter." Pettigrew listened with growing apprehension as his master outlined the ritual that would restore him to a body. Some components could be obtained relatively easily: bones from Voldemort's deceased father, flesh willingly given by a servant. But the third key ingredient, blood forcibly taken from an enemy, was specifically required to be Harry Potter's blood, which presented a significant challenge. The plan that formed around this requirement was audacious in its complexity. It would require infiltrating Hogwarts, manipulating the newly reinstated Triwizard Tournament, and ensuring Harry Potter's delivery to a specific location at a precise time. Such an operation was clearly beyond Pettigrew's limited capabilities. "We will need another servant," Voldemort declared, his red eyes gleaming in the darkness. "One placed within Hogwarts itself, one with the cunning and ability to ensure Potter's delivery to us when the time comes." This determination led to their journey to the Riddle House in Little Hangleton, where they would establish a new base of operations closer to Britain, and where they eventually found an unexpected ally, Barty Crouch Jr., a Death Eater long thought to be dead in Azkaban. With this fanatically loyal servant added to their small circle, the pieces of Voldemort's rebirth began falling into place. Throughout these developments, Pettigrew remained essential yet peripheral, the caretaker, the errand runner, the reluctant nurse to his master's temporary form. His feelings toward his situation were complex. Terror of Voldemort warred with fear of capture by the Ministry. Revulsion at what he was helping to create competed with a perverse pride in being necessary, and underlying it all, a deep self-loathing that he could never quite suppress. As autumn leaves began to fall in the forests around Little Hangleton, and as the chosen instrument of their plan took his place at Hogwarts, disguised as Alastor Moody, Pettigrew continued his assigned tasks with grim determination. The path he had chosen on that moonlit night of escape had led him here, to this dark service, to this terrible waiting game, to this role in the imminent return of the Dark Lord. In the quiet moments, when his master rested and required no immediate attendance, Pettigrew would sometimes gaze out the dirty windows of the Riddle House, watching as normal life continued in the village below. Ordinary people living ordinary lives, unaware of the horror gestating in the abandoned mansion on the hill. Did he envy them their ignorance, their simple existence? Or had he been too long in darkness to remember what light felt like? As you drift toward sleep, consider the twisted path that led Peter Pettigrew back to Lord Voldemort's service. What confluence of fear, weakness, and self-preservation drives a person to choose what they know to be wrong? Is there a point at which redemption becomes impossible, or could Pettigrew have found another way, even after his exposure and flight? And in your own life, when faced with difficult choices, how do you ensure that fear does not become the compass that guides your moral decisions? Chapter 4. The plan takes shape. In the shadow of a crumbling manor house, where dust motes danced in the few rays of light that penetrated the boarded windows, two figures huddled around a small fire, one small and withered, bearing a face that betrayed constant anxiety, the other barely recognizable as humanoid, a small, wrapped bundle with disturbing red eyes gleaming from within its folds. The Riddle House in Little Hangleton had become their sanctuary, a fitting headquarters for the dark machinations that would soon unfold. Here, far from prying eyes, yet symbolically significant as the ancestral home of Voldemort's hated Muggle father, the elaborate plan for the Dark Lord's restoration would crystallize into something terrible and precise. The temporary form that Lord Voldemort now inhabited was sustained through dark potions that Pettigrew brewed with trembling hands. Unicorn blood and snake venom formed the base of these concoctions, providing just enough magical potency to maintain the fragile shell that housed the Dark Lord's consciousness. This rudimentary body, though repulsive and weak, represented a significant improvement over his wraith-like existence in Albania. It could speak, think clearly, and even perform small feats of magic when necessary. Yet it was merely a transitional vessel, a stepping stone toward the true rebirth that Voldemort craved. Long nights of discussion had established the framework of their ambition. The ancient ritual that could restore Voldemort to full corporeal form required three key components: bone of the father, flesh of the servant, and blood of the enemy. The first awaited them in the graveyard, adjacent to the Riddle House, where Tom Riddle Sr. had been buried decades earlier, after his murder by his own son. The second would come from Pettigrew himself, a sacrifice he contemplated with dread but accepted as inevitable. The third, and most crucial, would be drawn from Harry Potter, the boy who had survived Voldemort's killing curse, and whose blood now carried the protective magic of Lily Potter's sacrifice. The boy is protected at Hogwarts, Voldemort's high, cold voice explained during one of their nighttime councils. And during summers, at his aunt's house where his mother's blood magic creates a shield I cannot penetrate, we must lure him to a place of our choosing, at a time of our designation. The challenge seemed insurmountable at first. Harry Potter was closely watched by Dumbledore, and the extensive security measures of Hogwarts Castle. Direct abduction seemed impossible. Yet, as news reached them through Pettigrew's cautious information gathering at nearby wizarding locales, an opportunity began to present itself: the revival of the Tri-Wizard Tournament at Hogwarts School. The tournament, Voldemort mused, his red eyes gleaming with cruel calculation, a spectacle of tasks and challenges, and portkeys to transport the champions to each event. Yes, this could serve our purpose admirably. The plan that emerged was elegantly complex. They would need an agent within Hogwarts, someone who could manipulate the tournament to ensure Potter's participation, despite his young age, guide him through the challenges to reach the final task, and transform the Tri-Wizard Cup itself into a portkey that would deliver the boy directly to the Little Hangleton graveyard when he claimed victory. But who could serve as this agent? Pettigrew was too well known now, his exposure at the Shrieking Shack having alerted the wizarding world to his survival and true allegiance. They needed someone with the magical prowess to overcome Hogwarts' formidable defenses, someone whose presence would not arouse suspicion, and someone whose loyalty to the Dark Lord was beyond question. The answer came in the form of an unexpected encounter. On a warm summer night, as Pettigrew ventured into the village to procure supplies, he overheard a witch at the local pub speaking of ministry affairs, specifically, the arrangements being made for the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. Among these arrangements was the assignment of Alastor Mad-Eye Moody to security detail, and a subsequent mention that Moody would be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts immediately afterward. This information crystallized into opportunity when, upon sharing it with his master, Voldemort recalled a fact of tremendous significance. One of his most faithful Death Eaters, long thought dead in Azkaban, had actually been smuggled out by his father and kept under the Imperious Curse for years. Barty Crouch Jr. lived, and if he could be found and freed, he would provide the fanatical devotion and considerable talent their plan required. "Find Barty Crouch's house," Voldemort commanded. "Observe the patterns, the protections. We must determine if Barty Jr. is indeed there, and if so, how we might liberate him from his father's control." The surveillance of the Crouch household revealed the truth of Voldemort's suspicion. Through careful observation, Pettigrew confirmed the presence of a house elf caring for someone kept hidden within the house, and the strange behavior of Barty Crouch Sr., a man once known for his rigid adherence to schedule, now making erratic appearances at work and exhibiting uncharacteristic lapses in his typically meticulous habits. The plan to retrieve Barty Crouch Jr. was executed with precision. Waiting until Crouch Sr. attended the Quidditch World Cup, Voldemort, carried by Pettigrew, entered the poorly guarded house. There they found Barty Jr., thin and pale from years of confinement, still under the Imperious Curse that had robbed him of free will. When Voldemort lifted this curse, the young Death Eater's reaction was everything they had hoped for: immediate recognition, tearful devotion, and eager willingness to serve the master he had thought lost. With Barty Crouch Jr. added to their small circle, the plan expanded in its ambition and detail. Now they had a wizard of considerable skill, fueled by years of suppressed rage and fanatical loyalty. When told of the scheme to impersonate Alastor Moody and infiltrate Hogwarts, Barty's eyes gleamed with zealous enthusiasm. "I will not fail you, my lord," he promised, kneeling before the wrapped bundle that contained Voldemort's temporary form. "I will deliver Potter to you as surely as the sun rises." The subsequent capture of the real Alastor Moody was a dangerous undertaking that tested Barty's abilities to their limit. The renowned Auror was famously paranoid, his home protected by numerous magical alarms and traps. Yet Barty, with Pettigrew's assistance, managed to overcome these defenses and subdue Moody on the very evening before he was due to depart for Hogwarts. The use of Polyjuice Potion would allow Barty to assume Moody's identity for the entire school year. This necessitated keeping the real Moody alive as a source of fresh hair, an essential ingredient in the potion. Thus, the captured Auror was imprisoned in his own magical trunk, a multi-compartmented container with space enough to hold a prisoner in secret, while Barty periodically harvested what he needed for the disguise. As September approached, the conspirators refined the details of their year-long deception. Barty would have to play the role of Moody convincingly enough to fool even Dumbledore, while subtly manipulating events to ensure Harry Potter's entry into the Triwizard Tournament, despite the age restriction. He would then need to help Potter navigate the tournament's challenges, ensuring he reached the final task. "The boy must reach the trophy first," Voldemort instructed. "Transform it into a portkey that will activate upon his touch. Bring him to me on the night I have calculated to be most auspicious for the ritual, when certain stellar alignments will strengthen the magical process." The night before Barty was to leave for Hogwarts, disguised as Moody and ready to set their plan in motion, a final council was held in the dusty drawing room of the Riddle House. Voldemort, Pettigrew, and Barty Jr. reviewed each step of their scheme, identifying potential complications and contingencies. The Dark Lord's tactical brilliance shone through as he anticipated possible interference from various quarters: Dumbledore's suspicion, the Ministry's oversight of the tournament, the protective circle that had formed around Harry Potter. Remember, Voldemort cautioned his faithful servant, subtlety is essential. You must not appear too interested in the boy. Guide him indirectly when possible. Only in the final task, when all eyes are focused on the maze rather than the spectators, can you act decisively to ensure he reaches the cup first. Barty nodded, his eyes reflecting the firelight with an almost religious fervor. I understand, my lord. By year's end, Harry Potter will stand before you in the graveyard, and your glorious restoration will commence. With these assurances exchanged, Barty departed for what would become his most important mission. Disguised as Alastor Moody, he would take up the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, beginning the elaborate charade that would ultimately lead to the Dark Lord's return. Left behind at the Riddle House, Voldemort and Pettigrew settled in for the long wait. Months would pass before their plan could come to fruition. During this time, Pettigrew continued to care for his master's temporary form, administering the potions that sustained it, while also beginning preparations for the eventual rebirth ritual. The graveyard adjacent to the Riddle House became the focus of these preparations. Under cover of darkness, Pettigrew explored the area, identifying Tom Riddle Sr. Lit's grave and the flat area nearby where a large cauldron could be placed. He gathered firewood and stored it in a dry location, collected certain herbs that would be needed for the ritual potion, and even practiced the complicated wand movements that would be required at critical moments during the ceremony. As autumn deepened into winter, and winter gave way to spring, anticipation built within the decrepit Riddle House. Updates came periodically from Barty, delivered via carefully encrypted messages that confirmed the plan's progression. Harry Potter had indeed been entered into the Triwizard Tournament, had survived the first task involving dragons, and had completed the second task in the Great Lake. Everything was proceeding according to design. In those long months of waiting, Voldemort's temporary form gradually strengthened through the regular administration of potions. His voice became more commanding, his magical abilities more pronounced, though still severely limited compared to his former power. He spent hours in contemplation, envisioning the body he would inhabit after the ritual, a form designed for power rather than conventional beauty, a physical vessel worthy of his ambitions. When I return, he told Pettigrew during one of their evening conversations, the wizarding world will remember why they feared to speak my name. Those who remained faithful will be rewarded beyond their dreams. Those who abandon me will pay the price of their disloyalty. As you lie comfortably in the darkness, imagine the tension building in that decrepit mansion as the date of the third Triwizard task approached. Consider the meticulous planning, the careful manipulation of events from afar, the patience exhibited by those driven by dark purpose. What does it reveal about the nature of evil that it can be so methodical, so calculating in its approach? If the most dangerous adversaries are those who plan carefully rather than act impulsively, how might we better recognize the subtle signs of manipulation in our own lives? And when destiny seems to be drawing us toward an inevitable confrontation, what inner resources might we call upon to face what awaits us in our own figurative graveyards? Chapter 5. Barty Crouch Jr. Beneath the scarred visage and enchanted eye of Alastor, Mad-Eye, Moody lurked a secret that would remain hidden for nearly an entire school year at Hogwarts. The presence of one of Lord Voldemort's most devoted servants, Barty Crouch Jr., believed dead by the wizarding world at large, had undertaken perhaps the most audacious impersonation in magical history. His story, one of privilege, fanaticism, betrayal, and unwavering loyalty to the Dark Lord, represents one of the most crucial elements in Voldemort's return to power. Born to Bartemius Crouch Sr., a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic known for his harsh stance against the dark arts, young Barty had enjoyed a life of material comfort but emotional neglect. His father, ambitious and driven, had little time for family matters, focused instead on his rapid ascent through the ministry ranks during the First Wizarding War. This absence created a void in the young wizard's life, a hunger for recognition and purpose that would ultimately be filled in the most destructive way possible. When exactly Barty Jr. joined the Death Eaters remains unclear. Some accounts suggest he was recruited during his final years at Hogwarts, where his exceptional magical talent had been noted by several professors. Others believe he turned to Voldemort's cause shortly after graduation, drawn by the promise of power and significance that his father's cold ambition had never provided him. Regardless of timing, his decision represented a profound act of rebellion against his father's values and public persona. The depth of Barty's commitment to the Dark Lord's cause became evident after Voldemort's first downfall. While many Death Eaters claimed bewitchment or coercion, renouncing their former master to save themselves, Barty remained steadfast. He participated in one of the war's most heinous acts, the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom, two highly respected Aurors, using the Cruciatus Curse until they lost their sanity. This act, performed alongside Bellatrix, Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange, revealed the extent of his fanaticism and his willingness to inflict unspeakable suffering in service to his cause. His capture and trial became a spectacle that shook the wizarding community. In the large dungeon that had been converted to a courtroom, before the full Wizengamot, Barty Crouch Sr. faced the ultimate test of his principles, judging his own son for unforgivable crimes. Many who witnessed the proceedings described the younger Crouch's appearance as that of a terrified youth, pleading with his father for mercy, claiming innocence and bewitchment. Whether this display represented genuine fear or calculated manipulation remains debated by historians of the period. What is certain is that Barty Crouch Sr., perhaps seeking to salvage his reputation and political aspirations, showed no leniency. He sentenced his only son to life imprisonment in Azkaban, a judgment delivered with such cold finality that many in attendance, even those who despised the Death Eaters, found it disturbing. The image of the young man being dragged away by Dementors, screaming for his father's mercy, became emblematic of the war's bitter aftermath. But what the wizarding world believed to be the end of Barty Crouch Jr.'s story was merely an intermission. In one of the most closely guarded secrets of the post-war period, his mother, dying of a chronic illness and unable to bear the thought of her son wasting away in Azkaban, persuaded her husband to allow her one final visit to their imprisoned child. During this visit, through the use of Polyjuice Potion, mother and son exchanged appearances. Mrs. Crouch, now appearing as her son, remained in the prison where she soon died, and was buried still bearing his likeness. Barty Jr., disguised as his mother, returned home with his father. This act of maternal sacrifice, reminiscent in its way of Lily Potter's protection of Harry, saved Barty from the horrors of Azkaban, but delivered him into a different kind of prison. His father, unwilling to risk discovery of this illegal substitution, but equally unwilling to release a known Death Eater, kept his son under the imperious curse for years. Hidden in their home, his existence known only to their house elf Winky, Barty Jr. lived in a twilight state of enforced docility, his personality and will subjugated to his father's control. The years of mental imprisonment, of having his autonomy stripped away through dark magic wielded by his own father, did not diminish Barty's loyalty to Voldemort. Rather, they intensified it, crystallizing his hatred for his father and the Ministry, while elevating his devotion to the Dark Lord to something approaching religious fervor. When his master's disembodied presence finally found him, when the imperious curse was lifted from his mind after so long, his gratitude and renewed sense of purpose were absolute. The night that Pettigrew and Voldemort entered the Crouch home, freeing Barty from his father's control, represented for him nothing less than resurrection. After years of living as a phantom in his own life, his identity and will restored, he embraced his true nature with the zeal of the converted. The mission presented to him, to impersonate Alastor Moody, and manipulate the Triwizard Tournament to deliver Harry Potter to the Dark Lord, was received not as a difficult assignment, but as a sacred trust. Preparing for this role required intense study and careful planning. The real Moody was known for his distinctive mannerisms, the magical eye that rotated independently of his normal one, his paranoid habits of drinking only from his personal flask, his gruff demeanor and encyclopedic knowledge of dark arts defense. Barty would need to replicate all of these characteristics convincingly enough to fool not only students but faculty, who had known Moody for years, including Albus Dumbledore himself. The attack on the real Alastor Moody occurred the night before he was due to begin his teaching position at Hogwarts. Despite the Auror's legendary paranoia and home security measures, the element of surprise, coupled with Barty's considerable magical skill, proved sufficient to overcome him, rather than killing Moody. However, Barty kept him alive in his own magical trunk, a multi-compartmented container, with one space modified to serve as a prison cell. This arrangement allowed Barty to harvest hair from Moody regularly for the polyjuice potion that maintained his disguise. The journey to Hogwarts marked the beginning of Barty's most challenging performance. Every gesture, every word, every reaction had to align with what others expected of the real Moody. He had studied his captive carefully, absorbed his speech patterns and distinctive viewpoints, but the true test would come in daily interactions with the Hogwarts staff, particularly Dumbledore, whose penetrating intelligence might detect inconsistencies that others would miss. Barty's portrayal proved masterful. His classroom demeanor, displaying the dark arts openly to teach defense, shocking students with demonstrations of the unforgivable curses, maintaining Moody's famous refrain of constant vigilance, convinced even those who had known the real Auror for decades. His magical eye, identical to Moody's, allowed him to monitor hallways and even see through solid objects, helping him avoid situations that might compromise his cover. Throughout the school year, Barty maintained the delicate balance of helping Harry Potter, just enough to ensure his success in the tournament, without arousing suspicion about his interest in the boy's progress. When Harry's name emerged from the Goblet of Fire, placed there by Barty under cover of darkness, crossing Dumbledore's age line, through methods the real Moody might plausibly have known, Professor Moody was careful to express appropriate concern, while subtly defending Harry's right to compete. During the first task involving dragons, Barty steered Hagrid into showing Harry the creatures beforehand, giving the boy crucial advance knowledge. For the second task in the Great Lake, he nudged Cedric Diggory to share information with Harry in return for the dragon tip, creating a chain of assistance that appeared natural rather than manipulated. And throughout the preparations for the third task, he eliminated obstacles in Harry's path through the maze, while creating additional difficulties for the other champions. These actions required constant vigilance of his own, balancing effective help with plausible deniability, maintaining his disguise through regular doses of polyjuice potion, and managing the imprisoned Moody in the magical trunk kept in his office. The strain of this sustained deception would have broken a lesser wizard, but Barty's fanatical dedication to Voldemort provided the strength to maintain his facade. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Barty's impersonation was his ability to gain Dumbledore's trust. The headmaster, widely considered the most perceptive wizard of his age, accepted Moody as genuine, despite subtle differences that might have raised questions. This success speaks to both Barty's acting ability and the effectiveness of his preparation. He had studied not only Moody's mannerisms, but his worldview, his ethical framework, and his approach to magical defense, allowing him to respond authentically in conversations with Dumbledore and other staff members. As the final task of the Triwizard Tournament approached, Barty's actions became more direct. He transformed the Triwizard Cup into a portkey that would transport whoever touched it to the little Hangleton graveyard. He patrolled the edges of the maze during the task, stunning Fleur Delacour and placing Victor Krum under the Imperious Curse to attack Cedric Diggory, clearing the path for Harry to reach the cup first. When Harry and Cedric decided to take the cup together in a show of Hogwarts unity, Barty could not intervene without revealing himself. resulting in both boys being transported to the graveyard. The aftermath of the third task revealed the depth of Barty's devotion to Voldemort. When Harry unexpectedly returned from the graveyard, having witnessed the Dark Lord's rebirth and narrowly escaped with his life, Barty made a crucial error. Instead of maintaining his disguise until he could escape Hogwarts, he took the traumatized boy to his office, away from Dumbledore and other potential protectors, intending to finish what his master had begun. In this moment of anticipated triumph, as he revealed his true identity to Harry and explained the elaborate year-long deception, Barty's mask of sanity slipped completely. His eyes shone with religious ecstasy as he described Voldemort's return, his voice rising in fervent praise of his master's power and glory. This was not the calculated performance of a spy, but the rapturous testimony of a true believer who had sacrificed everything, identity, freedom, possibly sanity itself, for his cause. The intervention of Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall prevented Barty from harming Harry, but the damage had been done. The Dark Lord had returned, empowered by the ritual that Barty's elaborate scheme had made possible. Under the influence of Veritaserum, Barty confessed everything: his escape from Azkaban, his years under his father's imperious curse, his role in manipulating the tournament, and his unwavering loyalty to Voldemort. His fate thereafter reflects the chaotic justice of the wizarding world during this period. Left under guard, while Dumbledore and others rushed to address the crisis of Voldemort's return, Barty received an unexpected visitor, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, accompanied by a Dementor. Whether through panic, malice, or calculated elimination of an inconvenient witness, Fudge allowed the Dementor to administer its kiss to Barty, sucking out his soul and leaving him an empty shell, technically alive but devoid of consciousness or identity. This final tragedy, being rendered soulless just as his master returned to power, denied the opportunity to serve the restored Dark Lord, after sacrificing everything to enable his rebirth, completes the dark symmetry of Barty Crouch, Jr. Quote, "Us life, a son who rejected his father's principles only to be imprisoned by that same father, a servant who remained loyal when others faltered, only to be destroyed at the moment of his greatest triumph. A brilliant actor who maintained a flawless performance for months only to be undone by a moment of zealous revelation. As your thoughts drift through the complexities of Barty Crouch Jr. Quote, Sid, life and choices, consider the nature of fanatical devotion that can sustain someone through years of imprisonment and subservience to a greater cause. What void in his early life created such hunger for belonging that he would find fulfillment in the service of darkness? How might his path have differed had his father shown him the attention and approval he craved? And in our own lives, how do we balance dedication to our beliefs with the moral boundaries that prevent devotion from transforming into dangerous obsession? Chapter 6. Manipulating the Tournament. The great hall of Hogwarts buzzed with excitement on the night the Goblet of Fire stood revealed, its blue-white flames casting ethereal shadows across the enchanted ceiling. Students from 3 prestigious magical schools gathered beneath floating candles, their faces illuminated with anticipation and wonder. None suspected that this ancient magical competition, revived after centuries of dormancy, had been carefully selected as the perfect vehicle for Lord Voldemort's return. The Triwizard Tournament, with its complex tasks and elaborate security, would become the unwitting mechanism to deliver Harry Potter into the Dark Lord's grasp. The tournament's resurrection had not been Voldemort's doing. The plans had been in motion long before Pettigrew found his master in Albania. The Ministry of Magic, specifically the Department of International Magical Cooperation, headed by Bartemius Crouch Sr., had arranged the revival of this historic competition to strengthen ties between Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. What made the tournament particularly appealing to Voldemort's purposes was its inherent structure, a series of dangerous tasks culminating in a final challenge where the champion would claim a trophy, traditionally enchanted as a portkey to return them to the starting point before the assembled crowd. From his hidden vantage point in the temporary body Pettigrew had created for him, Voldemort recognized the perfect alignment of circumstance. A portkey was needed for his plan, one that would transport Harry Potter to the little Hangleton graveyard without arousing immediate suspicion about the boy's disappearance. The Triwizard Cup, already intended to be enchanted as a portkey, provided the ideal solution. All that remained was ensuring Harry's participation and survival until the final task. The first challenge in manipulating the tournament lay in bypassing the age line that Dumbledore himself had drawn around the Goblet of Fire. Only students 17 or older could cross this magical boundary to submit their names for consideration. Harry Potter, then only 14, would be automatically excluded unless extraordinary measures were taken. This obstacle required the expertise of someone intimately familiar with advanced magical protections, precisely the knowledge that the real Alastor Moody possessed, and that Barty Crouch Jr. could plausibly employ while disguised as the former Auror. Under cover of darkness, when the great hall stood empty, save for the eternally burning goblet, Moody approached the age line with calculated purpose. The magical barrier presented no difficulty to one of his supposed experience, not because he could cross it himself, but because he knew methods of submitting entries without direct contact. A simple confundus charm on the goblet itself, powerful enough to make it forget that only 3 schools were competing, followed by a levitation charm to float Harry's name across the boundary within a 4th school's nomination slip. The magic recognized the entry as legitimate, coming as it did from a 4th, non-existent school, thus guaranteeing Harry would be the only candidate in his category, ensuring his selection. When the goblet erupted with blue flame on Halloween night, spitting out first the names of the intended champions, Fleur Delacour, Victor Crumb, and Cedric Diggory, the unexpected 4th parchment bearing Harry Potter's name created precisely the confusion and controversy Barty had anticipated. Students muttered about unfairness, teachers argued about protocol, and Karkaroff and Madame Maxime protested vehemently. Throughout the uproar, Moody maintained his cover perfectly, suggesting someone might have entered Potter's name, hoping he would be killed during the dangerous tasks. A plausible theory that deflected suspicion while acknowledging the very real danger Harry now faced. The magical binding contract created by the Goblet of Fire proved essential to the plan's success. Once selected, champions could not withdraw without risking severe magical consequences. Despite protestations from several quarters, including Harry himself, who insisted he had not submitted his name, the rules were clear: those chosen by the goblet must compete. This inflexibility ensured Harry's participation regardless of his personal wishes or Dumbledore's concerns. With Harry's entry into the tournament secured, Barty's next challenge was guiding the boy through each task, ensuring his survival until the final maze. This required a delicate balance, providing enough assistance to keep Harry competitive without being so obvious as to arouse suspicion. The impersonator's extensive knowledge of dark magic and defensive techniques made Professor Moody the perfect mentor, able to offer advice that appeared educational rather than manipulative. For the first task involving dragons, Barty engineered a series of coincidences that gave Harry crucial advanced knowledge. First, he suggested to Hagrid that the gamekeeper might want to show Harry the dragons, knowing Hagrid's fondness for both dangerous creatures, and the boy would make this suggestion seem natural. Later, he made sufficiently loud comments about Karkaroff's nighttime wanderings to ensure Harry would follow under his invisibility cloak, and witness the Durmstrang headmaster also discovering the dragons. These maneuvers gave Harry time to prepare a strategy using his flying skills, playing to the boy's natural strengths, while appearing to be the result of his own ingenuity. The second task, retrieving treasured persons from beneath the Black Lake, presented different challenges. Harry's preparation had fallen behind due to the distraction of the Yule Ball and his struggles with deciphering the Golden Egg's clue. Barty's solution was characteristically indirect. He first gave Cedric Diggory a hint about taking the egg underwater, knowing the Hufflepuff's sense of fair play would likely lead him to reciprocate Harry's earlier warning about the dragons. When this proved insufficient, Moody engineered another intervention, guiding Dobby the house elf to overhear a staged conversation about gillyweed and its water-breathing properties, correctly predicting the devoted elf would steal the plant from Snape's stores to help Harry. Throughout these manipulations, Barty maintained careful documentation of Harry's progress, sending encrypted updates to Voldemort and Pettigrew at the Riddle House. These communications confirmed that everything proceeded according to schedule, that the boy was developing the skills and confidence needed to navigate the final task successfully, and that the ultimate goal, delivering Potter to the graveyard at the appointed time, remained achievable. The preparation for the third task marked the most dangerous phase of Barty's deception. As one of the tournament judges, Moody had input into the maze's design, allowing him to suggest certain elements that would favor Harry's abilities, while hindering the other champions. More significantly, his role as a patrolling teacher during the event would provide opportunities to intervene directly if necessary, ensuring Harry reached the cup first. In the weeks leading up to the final task, Barty increased his mentoring of Harry, teaching him spells and jinxes that would prove useful in the maze. The 4-point spell to maintain direction, advanced stunning spells for potential creatures or obstacles, and defensive magic that might be needed against the other champions. This instruction appeared to be the natural concern of a protective teacher for a young student facing danger, rather than the calculated preparation of a victim for delivery to his master. The tampering with the Triwizard Cup itself represented the culmination of months of planning, transforming the trophy into a portkey that would transport its holder not to the entrance of the maze, but to the Little Hangleton graveyard required sophisticated magic, performed under potentially watchful eyes. Barty accomplished this during the final preparations for the task, when all attention was focused on the maze and its challenges. The modification was subtle. The cup would still function as expected, returning the champion to the entrance eventually, but only after an unscheduled detour to witness Lord Voldemort's rebirth. The evening of the third task arrived with perfect weather conditions, clear skies with stars beginning to appear as the champions entered the towering hedge maze that had been grown on the Quidditch pitch. Barty, patrolling the maze's perimeter alongside the other teachers, put his final interventions into motion. When Fleur Delacour ventured too close to success, he stunned her from behind and sent up red sparks to signal her elimination. When Victor Crumb seemed likely to reach the center before Harry, Barty placed him under the Imperious Curse, compelling him to attack Cedric Diggory with the Cruciatus Curse, an action that resulted in Crumb's stunning and removal from the competition by Harry. These manipulations left only Harry and Cedric as contenders for the cup. Here, Barty encountered an unexpected complication: the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor champions, demonstrating the inter-house unity that Dumbledore had long encouraged, decided to claim the cup together as a shared Hogwarts victory. This deviation from the plan meant that 2 wizards would be transported to the graveyard rather than 1, but there was no way for Barty to intervene without revealing himself. He could only watch as both boys grasped the gleaming handles of the cup simultaneously and vanished from the maze. The aftermath unfolded with terrible swiftness. In the graveyard, Cedric Diggory, an unnecessary complication to Voldemort's carefully constructed ritual, was killed immediately on the Dark Lord's order. The ceremony proceeded with Harry as the unwilling blood donor, resulting in Voldemort's full corporeal restoration. What had not been anticipated was Harry's extraordinary escape, facilitated by the priori incantatem effect created when his wand, sharing a core with Voldemort's, was forced to duel its brother. When Harry returned to Hogwarts, clutching Cedric's body and the Triwizard Cup, chaos erupted among the spectators. In this confusion, Barty made his final and most critical error. Rather than maintaining his disguise until he could slip away unnoticed, he seized the opportunity to complete his master's work by separating Harry from the crowd. Taking the traumatized boy to his office under the pretense of medical attention, Barty revealed his true identity and the elaborate scheme that had brought Harry to the graveyard. This moment of triumphant revelation proved his undoing. Dumbledore, suspecting something amiss when Moody removed Harry from his sight, followed with Snape and McGonagall. The confrontation that followed exposed the year-long deception, the imprisoned real Moody, and under the influence of Veritaserum, the complete details of Voldemort's resurrection plan. The tournament that had been manipulated with such precision ultimately achieved its intended purpose, though not with the clean finality Voldemort had envisioned. The Dark Lord had returned to physical form, but Harry Potter had once again escaped death. The Wizarding World, rather than learning of Voldemort's return through the dramatic disappearance of the boy who lived, instead received the news directly from the survivor himself, a testimony immediately disputed by a ministry unwilling to accept such a terrifying reality. In the quiet moments of reflection after these traumatic events, several participants found themselves reviewing the subtle signs they had missed throughout the year. Dumbledore questioned his failure to recognize the impostor despite numerous small inconsistencies in Moody's behavior. McGonagall wondered about her colleagues' unusual interest in Potter's progress through the tournament, and Harry himself, recovering in the hospital wing, contemplated the chain of coincidences and timely assistance that had guided him to the Triwizard Cup and the graveyard beyond. As you find yourself drifting towards sleep, consider how easily manipulation can be disguised as mentorship, how harmful intent can hide behind seemingly helpful actions. The Triwizard Tournament, designed to test magical prowess, courage, and quick thinking, became instead a test of perception, of the ability to distinguish authentic concern from calculated guidance. In your own journey through life, how might you sharpen your awareness of such subtle influence? When someone offers advice or creates opportunities that seem perfectly aligned with your needs, what questions might you ask to ensure their motives align with your well-being? And how might genuine teachers and mentors differentiate their guidance from the manipulations of those who would use your talents and trust to serve their own hidden purposes? Chapter 7. The Graveyard at Little Hangleton, nestled on the hillside beyond the village, where mist clings to weathered tombstones and ancient yew trees stand like sentinels against time, lies the graveyard of Little Hangleton. This seemingly unremarkable resting place, with its tilting headstones and untrimmed grass, would become the stage for one of the darkest rituals in modern magical history. The significance of this location for Lord Voldemort's rebirth was neither random nor merely practical. It was symbolic, a deliberate choice that connected his resurrection to the very origins of his identity and power. Little Hangleton itself presents a study in contrasts, a small Muggle village in Yorkshire. Its quaint cottages and single pub embody the quiet simplicity of rural English life. Yet looming above this ordinary settlement stands the grand Riddle House, once home to the wealthiest family in the area, now abandoned and fallen into disrepair, following the mysterious simultaneous deaths of Thomas, Mary, and Tom Riddle Sr. decades earlier. Few villagers approached the house on the hill, believing it haunted or cursed, an impression not entirely mistaken, though the true nature of the curse lay not in ghostly manifestations, but in the legacy of hatred that had once been unleashed there. For it was in Little Hangleton that the strands of Voldemort's origin story intersected, where magical and Muggle bloodlines had collided with tragic consequences. The village and its surroundings held the physical remnants of both his maternal and paternal lineage. On one side, the dilapidated shack of the Gaunt family, descendants of Salazar Slytherin himself, reduced to poverty and madness through generations of inbreeding and disdain for the wider world. On the other, the stately Riddle House, home to the Muggle father who had abandoned his pregnant witch wife once freed from her love potion, never knowing the son who would one day return to murder him and his parents in revenge. The graveyard itself sits between these two properties, a liminal space joining the worlds of magic and mundane, much like Tom Riddle himself. Walking among its graves, one might pass without notice the modest headstones of forgotten villagers, never suspecting that nearby rested the mortal remains of the Dark Lord's Muggle ancestors. Yet it was precisely this connection that made the location perfect for the ritual Voldemort had designed. The bones of his father, the man whose name he both bore and despised, would provide a key ingredient in the spell to restore his physical form. In the years before Harry Potter's forced arrival, the graveyard had remained largely untouched by visitors. Local children occasionally dared each other to venture there after dark, telling stories of strange noises or eerie lights, most of which were merely products of overactive imaginations. The groundskeeper, an elderly man who visited only occasionally to clear the worst of the overgrowth, had noticed nothing unusual until the summer, when the odd gardener had taken up residence at the Riddle house. This gardener, Frank Bryce, the Riddles' former groundskeeper, who had been falsely suspected of their murders, would himself become Voldemort's victim shortly before the Dark Lord's plan was set in motion. By the time Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory appeared clutching the Triwizard Cup on that fateful June evening, Pettigrew had already made careful preparations within the graveyard. A massive stone cauldron had been positioned near the ornate marble headstone marking Tom Riddle, Sard. Sard grave. Firewood had been gathered and stacked nearby, ready to heat the potion to the precise temperature required. The ritual site had been selected for both practical considerations, positioned away from casual view of the village, and symbolic resonance, centered on the grave of Voldemort's hated Muggle father. The atmosphere of the graveyard added its own grim tenor to the proceedings. Even in early summer, a peculiar chill hung in the air between the crowded headstones and statues of angels, whose stone faces seemed to watch with hollow eyes. Mist gathered in the lower areas, swirling around the bases of monuments and obscuring the ground. Ancient yew trees, their roots disturbing some of the oldest graves, created deeper patches of shadow as twilight approached. The silence was absolute, save for the occasional cry of a distant bird or the whisper of wind through untrimmed grass, a silence soon to be broken by incantations and screams. The centerpiece of this macabre setting was the Riddle family grave itself. Unlike many of the simpler markers surrounding it, this was an imposing monument of pale marble, its surface inscribed with the names and dates of Thomas and Mary Riddle, along with their son Tom. The stone angel that topped this grave stood with wings partially unfurled, as though prepared to take flight from the horror about to unfold before it. It was against this monument that Harry Potter would be bound, forced to witness the ritual that would use his blood to create a new body for his parents' murderer, a terrible symmetry joining victim and killer at the site representing Voldemort's first murders. Beyond its practical and personal significance to Voldemort, the graveyard embodied symbolic elements that resonated with the dark magic being performed. Burial grounds have long been considered liminal spaces in both Muggle and magical traditions, thresholds between life and death, where the veil between worlds grows thin. This quality made the location naturally conducive to magic concerned with resurrection and the transcendence of mortality. The ritual Voldemort had designed drew upon ancient principles of sympathetic magic, using physical components that represented key aspects of his identity and power. Bone of the father for his lineage, flesh of the servant for his dominion over others, and blood of the enemy for conquering the protection that had once defeated him. The geographic isolation of Little Hangleton provided practical advantages as well. Far from the centers of wizarding authority, distant from Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, the village offered seclusion for the preparation and execution of Voldemort's plan. The Muggle inhabitants, unaware of the magical world and its conflicts, would notice nothing beyond perhaps unusual lights or sounds, easily dismissed as imagination or ordinary explanations. The absence of any significant wizarding population in the area meant no magical witnesses to the events unfolding within the graveyard's boundaries. In the days leading up to the third Triwizard task, Pettigrew had conducted final examinations of the site, ensuring everything was in place for the ritual. The massive cauldron, large enough to contain an adult man, had been positioned and tested for stability. The ground had been cleared of obstacles that might impede movement during the critical moments of the ceremony. Protective enchantments had been cast around the perimeter, not to prevent entry, but to ensure no uninvited observers could interrupt or report what they witnessed. When Harry and Cedric appeared, clutching the portkey that had transported them from Hogwarts, They found themselves in a setting that could not have contrasted more sharply with the cheering crowds and festive atmosphere they had just left. The abrupt transition from the illuminated maze to the darkening graveyard, from safety to mortal danger, created a disorientation that compounded their vulnerability. Neither boy had any knowledge of where they had landed or why, creating precious moments of confusion that Pettigrew exploited with lethal efficiency. The murder of Cedric Diggory, unnecessary in terms of the ritual requirements but deemed essential by Voldemort to eliminate witnesses, transformed the graveyard irrevocably. No longer merely a setting for a dark magical ceremony, it became the site of an innocent's death, the place where a promising young wizard's life ended with 2 words and a flash of green light. His body lay sprawled on the ground not far from the graves of generations of Little Hangleton residents, a stark embodiment of the collision between the peaceful Muggle village and the violent wizarding war that had now claimed it as a battlefield. The ritual itself unfolded with methodical precision despite Harry's struggles. Bound to the riddle tombstone, he could only watch as Pettigrew dropped the homunculus form of Voldemort into the cauldron, added the bone dust extracted from the grave below, sacrificed his own hand with a cry of pain, and finally took Harry's blood with a dagger's cut. The potion bubbled and sparked with blinding intensity, the magic it contained so potent that it sent waves of energy rippling through the graveyard, temporarily animating the shadows cast by headstones and causing the branches of the ancient yews to sway without wind. From this cauldron rose the reborn Lord Voldemort, pale as death itself, with gleaming red eyes and a face more serpentine than human. His first breaths of air in this new form were drawn in the same graveyard where his father's remains lay buried, his bare feet touching the same earth that had received his father's body decades earlier. The symmetry was both deliberate and profound. The son who had murdered his Muggle father, now resurrected through that father's remains, denying the finality of death even as he had once dealt it out so callously in this very place. The subsequent gathering of Death Eaters, appearing in swirls of black smoke as they answered their master's summons, transformed the quiet graveyard into something resembling a macabre theater. Masked figures formed a circle around their reborn leader, creating an audience for his triumph and for the intended execution of Harry Potter. The graves themselves seemed to watch in silent witness as Voldemort demonstrated his restored power, punishing those who had failed him and rewarding those who had remained faithful. The duel that followed between Harry and Voldemort, unexpected and unprecedented in its outcome, added yet another layer of significance to the graveyard. When the brother wands connected, creating the Priory Incantatem effect, the shades of Voldemort's victims emerged in reverse order: Cedric Diggory, Bertha Jorkins, Frank Bryce, and ultimately, Lily and James Potter. These spectral forms, neither ghost nor living being, moved among the physical graves as embodiments of the boundary between life and death that Voldemort had sought to transcend. Their appearance transformed the graveyard from a place of death and dark rebirth to a momentary bridge between worlds, allowing Harry to see his parents and receive their aid in his escape. When Harry Potter vanished, clutching Cedric's body and the Portkey cup, he left behind a graveyard forever altered. Though its physical appearance remained largely unchanged, the same weathered stones, the same ancient trees, it had become a nexus point in wizarding history. Like Godric's Hollow before it, Little Hangleton had been unwittingly drawn into the conflict between Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort, its obscure graveyard, now the birthplace of the Second Wizarding War. In the days that followed, as the Ministry denied Voldemort's return, and Dumbledore began reorganizing the Order of the Phoenix, the graveyard returned to its apparent normalcy. Local Muggles noticed nothing unusual beyond perhaps the disturbed earth near the Riddle grave, easily attributed to vandalism or natural settling. No Aurors investigated the site. No magical authorities secured the area or searched for evidence. The lack of official acknowledgement meant that one of the most significant locations in modern wizarding history remained unmarked and unrecognized, known only to those who had been present that night, and those they chose to tell. For Harry Potter, the graveyard would remain in nightmares, a landscape of terror revisited in troubled sleep. For the Death Eaters, it became a place of pilgrimage, a sacred site where their master had overcome death itself. And for Lord Voldemort, it represented both triumph and unexpected setback, the place of his physical restoration, but also where he had discovered that Harry Potter could not be killed as simply as he had anticipated. As you rest in the comfort of your bed, far from ancient yews and weathered headstones, consider the power of place in shaping the events that define our lives. What secret histories might lie beneath the ground you walk upon each day? How do locations absorb and reflect the significant moments that unfold within their boundaries? And if places could remember, if stones could speak of what they have witnessed, what tales might the silent graveyard of Little Hangleton tell beyond the fateful night when death and rebirth intertwined among its shadowed monuments? Chapter 8. Bone, Flesh, and Blood. Through the mists of magical history, certain rituals stand apart for their profound power and terrible purpose. Among these, the ancient ceremony that restored Lord Voldemort to physical form represents one of the darkest applications of magical knowledge in modern times. This ritual, combining elements of necromancy, blood magic, and sacrificial alchemy, draws upon principles so fundamental to the fabric of existence that they transcend the usual boundaries of spellcraft. To understand the magic that resurrected the Dark Lord is to glimpse the shadowed foundations upon which the wizarding world's more acceptable practices rest. The origins of this resurrection ritual remain obscure, its components suggesting influences from multiple magical traditions spanning centuries if not millennia. Some magical historians have speculated that Voldemort discovered references to similar ceremonies in ancient texts during his extensive travels after leaving Hogwarts. Others believe the ritual may have been his own creation, synthesized from various dark practices and tailored to his specific needs. What is certain is that the magic involved requires intimate knowledge of the deepest principles governing physical existence and the connection between body and soul. At its core, the ritual operates on the principle of magical sympathy, the concept that objects or substances connected to a person can be used to affect that person across distance or even death. This principle appears in many forms throughout magical practice, from the relatively benign use of hair and polyjuice potion to darker applications in certain curses. What distinguishes the resurrection ritual is its comprehensive incorporation of elements representing the complete magical identity of the wizard to be restored: ancestry, servitude, and conquered opposition. The cauldron itself, the vessel in which this transformation would occur, was no ordinary brewing container, described by witnesses as stone and large enough to contain an adult man. This cauldron likely required specific properties to channel and contain the powerful magical energies involved. Traditional magical metallurgy suggests such vessels often incorporate silver, associated with purity and the moon, iron for strength and binding, or stone for stability and connection to earth magic. The size and composition of Voldemort's cauldron indicate preparation specifically for this purpose, perhaps commissioned in secret or conjured through complex transfiguration. The base potion that filled this cauldron before any ingredients were added remains one of the ritual's most mysterious components. Its appearance, described as sending sparks in all directions when heated, suggests a volatile mixture primed to facilitate magical transformation. Experts in magical brewing have speculated it may have contained essence of belladonna, associated with visions and transitions, powdered moonstone, known for its properties of rebirth and renewal, and possibly acromantula venom, used in certain potions to dissolve and reconstitute organic matter. Whatever its precise formulation, this liquid served as the medium through which the three primary ingredients would interact to create a new physical form. The first component, bone of the father, unknowingly given, connects the ritual to principles of heredity and lineage magic. By incorporating remains of Tom Riddle Sr., the spell anchored Voldemort's new form to his genetic heritage, ensuring the body created would be compatible with his fragmentary soul. The use of paternal remains, specifically rather than maternal, suggests a patrilineal focus common in older forms of magic that emphasize male lineage. That the bone was unknowingly given speaks to another dark principle, that magic taken without consent often carries greater power in certain applications, particularly those involving domination or control. The extraction of this component required Pettigrew to disturb Tom Riddle's Sardot, grave, carefully gathering dust from the bones within. This act of grave desecration would have carried its own magical significance, representing Voldemort's continued defiance of both natural law and social taboo. In many magical traditions, disturbing burial sites invites spiritual contamination or curse, yet Voldemort incorporated this normally avoided action directly into his resurrection, perhaps deliberately inverting protective taboos to serve his purposes. The second ingredient, flesh of the servant willingly given, introduces the element of voluntary sacrifice, a powerful magical catalyst across nearly all traditions. When Pettigrew severed his own hand with a silver dagger, allowing it to fall into the cauldron, he contributed not merely physical tissue, but the magical potency of willing self-mutilation in service to another. The trembling reluctance with which he performed this act did not negate its magical effectiveness. What mattered was that the choice remained his own, despite his fear and pain. This component embodies principles of fealty and magical bonding. By literally incorporating a piece of his servant into his new body, Voldemort created a permanent connection to Pettigrew, one later acknowledged through the gift of a silver hand to replace what had been sacrificed. Such magical replacements for sacrificed body parts appear in various traditions, often representing both reward and continued binding to the recipient of the original sacrifice. The third and perhaps most significant ingredient, blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, represents the ritual's most innovative and troubling element. By using Harry Potter's blood, extracted against his will while bound to the tombstone, Voldemort did more than merely incorporate an opposing magical essence into his resurrection. He specifically targeted the blood that carried Lily Potter's sacrificial protection, the very magic that had destroyed his original body and continued to prevent him from touching Harry. This calculation reveals Voldemort's cold brilliance even in his most desperate act. By taking this blood into himself, he neutralized the protective magic that had been his greatest weakness. More than that, he created a shared life essence with Harry that would have profound and unexpected consequences for both wizards, consequences that even Voldemort, with all his magical knowledge, failed to fully anticipate. The blood connection established that night formed a magical tether between them, inadvertently reinforcing the link created years earlier, when part of Voldemort's soul attached itself to Harry as an infant. The incantation that accompanied each addition to the cauldron, recited by Pettigrew in a trembling voice that belied the power of the words, bound these components together through language. The precise wording, the cadence, perhaps even the tremor in the speaker's voice contributed to the spell's efficacy. In many forms of ancient magic, the spoken word serves as both instruction to the magical forces being invoked and as a vibrational key that unlocks specific magical potentials. The repetitive structure, Saget X of the Y, said given, suggests a formulaic approach drawing on traditional invocation patterns. When the homunculus form of Voldemort, the small rudimentary body created through unicorn blood and snake venom that had housed his consciousness temporarily, was lowered into the mixture, it provided the final element needed, the soul fragment to animate the body being created. Though already diminished by previous splitting through Horcrux creation, this fragment contained enough of Voldemort's essence to serve as the animating principle for the new form. The transformation itself manifested as an eruption of blinding white light from the cauldron, followed by a surge of steam that temporarily obscured the graveyard. This sensory display represented the massive release of magical energy as matter reorganized itself according to the ritual's parameters. From this mist emerged the tall, pale, skeletal figure of the restored Dark Lord, a body both human and something beyond human, shaped by the dark magic that created it. The physical form that resulted from this ritual, provides insight into its magical principles. Voldemort's new body possessed certain serpentine characteristics: hairless, scale-like pale skin, flattened nose with slits for nostrils, and crimson eyes with vertical pupils. These features suggest that the ritual did not merely restore his previous appearance, but created something new that reflected his magical identity. The serpentine aspects likely stemmed from his deep connection to snakes through Parseltongue and his Slytherin heritage, perhaps reinforced by the snake venom used in maintaining his temporary form. More significant than appearance were the magical properties of this reconstituted body. It possessed extraordinary resilience and magical conductivity, allowing Voldemort to channel spells of tremendous power. The incorporation of Harry's blood granted him immunity to Lily Potter's protection, while the magical process itself seems to have enhanced his natural abilities beyond their already formidable level. Yet this body also carried subtle flaws and unexpected connections that would ultimately contribute to his final defeat. The immediate aftermath of the ritual demonstrated its complete success from Voldemort's perspective. He could touch Harry without experiencing the burning agony that had consumed Quirrell years earlier. His magical abilities were fully restored, allowing him to summon his Death Eaters, cast unforgivable curses with ease, and duel with the impressive skill that had once made him Dumbledore's only true rival. The body moved with fluid grace despite its newness, suggesting the ritual had created not merely a vessel but a fully integrated magical entity. In the broader context of magical theory, this resurrection ritual represents a profound violation of natural law. Most forms of magic work within the existing patterns of reality, redirecting energies or transforming substances according to their inherent properties. Even powerful magic like transfiguration operates on the principle of guiding natural materials toward new forms. The resurrection ritual, by contrast, fundamentally overrides the boundary between life and death, creating life essence where none existed moments before. Such magic exacts costs beyond the visible components, ripples in the fabric of reality that may manifest in unexpected ways. The limitations of this dark achievement became apparent over time. Though physically restored, the new body carried subtle instabilities, perhaps evidenced by Voldemort's increasingly erratic behavior and the gradual fragmentation of his remaining soul. The incorporation of Harry's blood, while granting immunity to Lily's protection, created an unexpected anchor that would later prevent Harry's death in the Forbidden Forest. Even in triumph, the Dark Lord's magic contained the seeds of his eventual defeat. For those who study the theoretical underpinnings of magic, the ritual raises disturbing questions about the boundaries of acceptable magical practice. The line between transformative magic considered legitimate and creation magic, often restricted, becomes blurred when examining such a ceremony. If a potion can heal grievous wounds through guided natural processes, at what point does accelerating or redirecting such processes become a fundamentally different category of magic? The resurrection ritual represents an extreme example, but the principles it employs exist on a continuum with more accepted practices. The magic performed in Little Hangleton that night would fascinate and horrify magical scholars for generations to come, those few permitted to study it. Most details were classified by the Department of Mysteries, deemed too dangerous for general knowledge, yet rumors persist that certain elements of the ritual have been incorporated into theoretical magical research, particularly in the field of magical healing, where understanding the boundary between life and death holds profound implications. As you drift towards sleep, consider the ancient principles that formed the foundation of Voldemort's resurrection: sympathetic connections between blood and bone, and willing sacrifice. These same principles appear in gentler forms throughout everyday magic, from family protection spells to healing potions, to the bonds between wand and wizard. What distinguishes beneficial magic from its darker counterparts often lies not in the fundamental principles employed, but in the intent behind their use, and the balance maintained with natural law. In your own life, how might you recognize when the pursuit of any goal, magical or mundane, crosses similar boundaries between harmony with natural principles and destructive disruption of them. Chapter 9. The Reborn Dark Lord. From the swirling mists that rose above the cauldron in the little Hangleton graveyard emerged a figure both familiar and terrifyingly new. The white smoke cleared to reveal Lord Voldemort, restored to physical form, tall and skeletally thin, with skin pale as moonlight on marble. This was not the handsome Tom Riddle who had once charmed professors and peers at Hogwarts, nor was it merely an older version of the wizard who had terrorized Britain decades earlier. The being that stepped from that cauldron represented something transformed, a magical entity whose very appearance reflected the dark paths he had traveled in his quest for immortality. Imagine, if you will, the first moments of this rebirth, the sensation of air filling lungs that had not drawn breath for 13 years, the feeling of solid ground beneath feet that had not stood upon earth since that fateful night in Godric's Hollow, the rush of magical energy flowing through a fully formed body after existing as less than ghost, less than the meanest spirit. For Voldemort, this moment represented triumph beyond measure, tangible proof that he had gone further than any wizard in conquering the final human boundary, death itself. His new physical form bore witness to the magical transformations he had undergone throughout his life. Standing nearly 7 feet tall, his body possessed an unnatural thinness that no human metabolism could produce. His flesh appeared almost translucent in its pallor, with a faint bluish tinge suggesting the coldness that seemed to emanate from him. Beneath this skin, hints of veins were visible, though the blood that flowed through them, now mingled with Harry Potter's, did not bring the warmth of ordinary human circulation. Most striking were the changes to his face, which had evolved far beyond Tom Riddle's handsome features into something barely recognizable as human. His skull had become slightly elongated, the facial bones prominent beneath skin stretched thin across them, where a nose should have been. Only flat slits opened directly into his respiratory system, giving him a serpentine appearance that reflected his deep connection to snakes and his Slytherin heritage. His lips were nearly bloodless, thin lines that could stretch into a smile devoid of warmth or genuine mirth. But it was the eyes that most betrayed Voldemort's transformation from man to something other. Crimson as freshly spilled blood, they glowed with their own inner light in moments of strong emotion. The pupils had narrowed to vertical slits like those of a cat or serpent, contracting to barely visible lines in bright light and expanding to fill much of the visible eye in darkness. These eyes reflected no soul behind them, only calculated intelligence, cold determination, and when provoked, a fury that could terrify even his most loyal followers. His hands, with long, spider-like fingers ending in nails that resembled claws more than human fingernails, moved with uncanny grace as he explored his new form in those first moments after emergence. Though he had just been born from the cauldron, there was no infant awkwardness to his movements. The body responded to his will with fluid precision, as though it had been his for years rather than minutes. This immediate integration suggested that the ritual had created not merely a physical shell, but a form that was inherently connected to his consciousness on a magical level. The voice that emerged from this transformed being retained elements of Tom Riddle's original speech patterns, the precise diction, the measured pace, but had acquired new qualities that inspired instinctive dread in listeners. Higher in pitch than his original voice, it carried an unnatural clarity that allowed even whispered words to reach the ears of those he addressed. When he spoke in anger, which became increasingly frequent as his plans met resistance, the voice could take on a sibilant quality, reminiscent of Parseltongue, with sounds slightly extended in a way that reminded listeners of his connection to serpents. Beneath these physical manifestations lay the true power of the reborn Dark Lord, his restored and perhaps enhanced magical abilities. The ritual had not merely returned him to his previous magical strength. It had created a vessel specifically designed to channel extraordinary levels of magical energy. Witnesses to his duels in the subsequent years reported spellwork of astonishing power and precision, suggesting that his new form possessed greater magical conductivity than an ordinary human body. His wand work, always exceptional, now demonstrated a fluid economy of movement that belied the tremendous forces being directed. Where lesser wizards might use broad gestures to channel magical energy, Voldemort could produce devastating effects with the slightest flick of his wand. This efficiency spoke not only to his innate talent and centuries of magical study, but to the enhanced connection between his will and his magic that his new form facilitated. Most significantly, the resurrection had addressed his greatest weakness, the protective magic of Lily Potter's sacrifice that had prevented him from touching Harry. By incorporating Harry's blood into the ritual, Voldemort had ingeniously circumvented this protection. When he pressed a single long finger to Harry's forehead just after his rebirth, demonstrating that he could now touch the boy without harm, he believed he had eliminated the final obstacle to killing his prophesied nemesis. This moment of triumph, however, contained the seeds of his eventual downfall, creating connections between himself and Harry that neither fully understood at the time. The magical capabilities demonstrated in the aftermath of his resurrection revealed both the extraordinary power at his command and certain limitations or weaknesses inherent in his new existence. His ability to cast the Cruciatus Curse with sufficient power to bring Harry Potter, a young wizard of remarkable resilience, to the edge of consciousness demonstrated mastery of pain manipulation beyond most practitioners of dark magic. Similarly, his effortless use of the Imperious Curse and Killing Curse against various victims showed complete command of the unforgivable curses that most wizards could not successfully cast at all. His skill in legilimency, the magical art of navigating and interpreting the many layers of another person's mind, had apparently increased, allowing him to detect deception with near-perfect accuracy. Death Eaters who returned to his service lived in constant fear of his penetrating gaze, knowing that their thoughts and emotions lay exposed before him. Only those skilled in occlumency, like Severus Snape, could hope to conceal anything from the Dark Lord's mental intrusions. Yet alongside these formidable abilities, certain vulnerabilities became apparent. The new body, for all its magical conductivity, seemed to experience physical sensations with unusual intensity. Pain, when inflicted upon him, appeared to register more acutely than it might in an ordinary wizard. This hypersensitivity may explain his extraordinary fear of physical death and damage. What he could inflict with detachment became intolerable when experienced personally. Such fear drove his continued creation of Horcruxes and his quest for the Elder Wand, seeking absolute assurance against any threat to his physical form. Another limitation lay in his emotional capacity. The resurrection ritual restored his intellectual faculties and magical abilities, but did nothing to heal the psychological damage inflicted by multiple soul fragmentations. If anything, his emotional responses became more extreme after his return, his rage more consuming, his rare moments of pleasure more intensely focused on others' suffering, his fear of death more prominent in driving his decisions. These emotional distortions affected his judgment, leading to strategic errors that a younger Tom Riddle might have avoided. Perhaps most tellingly, the reborn Voldemort displayed increasing difficulty understanding or predicting human behaviors motivated by love, loyalty, or self-sacrifice. His psychological blindness to these motivations, already present in his earlier life, but seemingly exacerbated in his new form, created vulnerabilities that his enemies could and did exploit. He consistently underestimated the protective power of Lily Potter's sacrifice, the strength Harry drew from his connections to friends, and the potential for his own followers to waver in their loyalty when faced with love for family members. In the days and weeks following his resurrection, Voldemort operated with uncharacteristic caution, keeping his return secret from the wizarding world at large. This period of hiding served multiple strategic purposes. It allowed him to gather strength and consolidate his power base without interference from the Ministry of Magic. It created confusion and division within the wizarding community as Harry Potter's claims about his return were dismissed as delusion or attention-seeking by official sources, and it provided time to assess the changed political landscape and plan his eventual public emergence. During this time, the Riddle House in Little Hangleton served as his primary headquarters, though he occasionally moved between the homes of various Death Eaters to avoid detection. His daily existence followed patterns established during previous periods of his life, long hours spent in magical research and strategic planning, interspersed with meetings where he issued commands to his growing circle of followers. Personal comforts held little interest for him. His focus remained entirely on consolidating power and eliminating threats to his rule. His relationship with his re-established circle of Death Eaters revealed much about his nature after resurrection. The initial gathering in the graveyard demonstrated his perfect memory for past loyalties and betrayals. Those who had denied him or failed to search for him during his years of disembodiment faced brutal punishment through the Cruciatus Curse. Even Lucius Malfoy, among his most valuable servants, received painful reminders of his displeasure at their abandonment. Only Barty Crouch Jr., who had suffered in Azkaban rather than renounce him, and Pettigrew, whose service had been instrumental in his return, however reluctantly given, escaped the worst of his retribution. Yet even as he punished past failures, Voldemort recognized the necessity of maintaining his power base. The pure blood families represented by the Death Eaters provided crucial access to ministry influence, financial resources, and social networks that would be essential to his planned takeover of Wizarding Britain. This pragmatic understanding of political reality tempered his vengeance, allowing him to re-establish leadership over followers whose loyalty stemmed more from fear and self-interest than from genuine devotion. His treatment of Pettigrew perfectly illustrated the complex dynamics of his leadership style. Though contemptuous of Pettigrew's weakness and aware that his service was motivated primarily by fear rather than loyalty, Voldemort recognized the practical value of rewarding useful service. The gift of a silver hand to replace the one Pettigrew had sacrificed for the ritual served multiple purposes. It acknowledged the sacrifice, demonstrated Voldemort's magical power, and created a permanent magical connection through which he could monitor and potentially control his least trusted servant. As his strength grew and his organization expanded, subtle changes became apparent in Voldemort's approach to achieving his goals. Where the younger Tom Riddle had often operated through manipulation and carefully constructed false personas, the reborn Dark Lord increasingly relied on direct force and terror. This shift stemmed partly from impatience after 13 years of bodiless existence, partly from the emotional distortions caused by his fragmented soul, and partly from confidence in his restored magical powers. The prophecy concerning himself and Harry Potter became his obsession during this period, driving him to attempt repeated assaults on the Department of Mysteries to obtain the recorded version. His fixation on eliminating this perceived threat, the boy who had somehow survived his killing curse twice, occasionally overshadowed more strategically important objectives. This single-minded focus represented both a departure from his previously calculating approach and a vulnerability that Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix would eventually exploit. As you rest in the quiet darkness, consider the paradox of Lord Voldemort's resurrection, a triumph of magical knowledge that simultaneously contained the flaws that would lead to his ultimate defeat. In his desperate quest to ensure physical immortality, he created a body that could indeed channel extraordinary magic, but carried unexpected connections to his greatest enemy. In his determination to eliminate all weakness, he increasingly lost the capacity for the subtlety and understanding that had made the young Tom Riddle so dangerous. What might this suggest about the nature of power that comes at the cost of one's humanity? How might the things we sacrifice in pursuit of our goals ultimately undermine the very achievements we seek? And what wisdom lies in recognizing that our greatest strengths and most profound vulnerabilities often spring from the same source? Chapter 10. The Circle Reforms. In the misty darkness of the little Hangleton graveyard, the newly resurrected Dark Lord stood alone with only Pettigrew and the bound Harry Potter as witnesses to his triumphant return. This solitude would be brief. Raising one long, pale finger to the night sky, Voldemort pressed it against the dark mark that writhed on Pettigrew's arm, the skull and serpent emblem that had once inspired terror throughout Wizarding Britain. Through this action, he activated the magical connection that bound his followers to him, sending a burning summons across countries and continents to those who bore his mark. "How many will be brave enough to return when they feel it?" he whispered, more to himself than to his companions. "And how many will be foolish enough to stay away?" The air grew still, as if the very elements awaited the answer to this question. Then, with a series of sharp cracking sounds that shattered the graveyard's silence, dark figures began to appear, wizards and witches in hooded black robes and silver masks, materializing in a circle around their master. These were the Death Eaters, Voldemort's inner circle, those who had once pledged their lives and magic to his service. Now they returned, summoned by the mark they had believed might never burn again. Their arrival was not instantaneous. Some responded within moments, those who had maintained readiness for this possibility, despite years of official denial that their master might return. Others took longer, perhaps needing to extricate themselves from social situations, to don the formal attire of their dark allegiance, or simply to overcome their shock at feeling the summons they had not experienced in 13 years. The gaps in the forming circle spoke as eloquently as those who appeared, spaces representing the dead, the imprisoned, and most damningly, those who chose not to answer the call. As they materialized, each Death Eater moved with ritualized precision to their appointed place in the circle. These positions were not random but reflected a complex hierarchy established during Voldemort's first rise to power. Those closest to their master had once been his most trusted lieutenants: Malfoy, Nott, Crabbe, Goyle, Avery, McNair, pure-blood wizards from ancient families, positioned like the hours on a clock face around the central figure of their lord. Their body language, as they took these positions, revealed a mixture of emotions, habitual deference contending with fear, relief at their master's return, mingled with apprehension about his reaction to their 13 years of freedom, while he suffered bodiless exile. The scene that unfolded resembled nothing so much as a terrible court. A monarch returned from exile to judge those who had prospered in his absence. Voldemort's tall, skeletal figure moved slowly around the inside of the circle, addressing each Death Eater individually, his soft voice carrying clearly in the night air as he recounted their personal histories of loyalty and betrayal. For those watching or participating, the methodical nature of this review would have been almost as terrifying as any immediate violence. The clear implication that the Dark Lord remembered everything, had calculated every service and failure, and would address each in due time. "Welcome, my friends," he began, his voice carrying an unnatural resonance in the still night air. 13 years since we last met, yet you answer my call as though it were yesterday. We are still united under the dark mark, then. Or are we?" The scent of fear became palpable as Voldemort paused before each masked figure, sometimes reaching out to remove a silver mask to better study the face beneath, commenting on their lives since his disappearance with disturbing accuracy. He knew which of them had married, which had produced children, which had climbed to positions of influence within the ministry, a demonstration that even in his diminished state, his intelligence network had continued to function. To Avery, who fell to his knees begging forgiveness, Voldemort applied the Cruciatus Curse, not as mere punishment, but as a demonstration that mercy would come only after pain, that redemption required suffering. The other Death Eaters watched this object lesson in silence, each perhaps calculating their own position, their own vulnerability, as their comrade writhed on the ground between the grave markers. When he reached Lucius Malfoy, the dynamic shifted subtly. Here stood one of his most valuable servants, wealthy, politically connected, and positioned near the heart of power within the ministry. Yet Malfoy had been among the first to renounce Voldemort after his fall, claiming bewitchment, and thus preserving his freedom and social standing. The tension between punishing this betrayal and recognizing Malfoy's continued utility created a moment of perfect balance between retribution and pragmatism. "Lucius, my slippery friend," Voldemort addressed him, voice soft with dangerous undertones. I am told that you have not renounced the old ways, though to the world you present a respectable face. You are still ready to take the lead in a spot of Muggle torture, I believe. Yet you never tried to find me, Lucius. Malfoy's response, protestations that had he seen any sign, any whisper of Voldemort's whereabouts, he would have been at his master's side immediately, demonstrated the courtier's art of navigating dangerous waters. Neither completely believable nor entirely dismissible, his excuses offered just enough plausibility to avoid the most severe punishment, while acknowledging his failure through the very act of explanation. The pattern continued around the circle. MacNair, now working for the Ministry destroying dangerous creatures, received acknowledgement of his useful position. Crabbe and Goyle, never the intellectual equals of their companions, but valued for their brute loyalty, were greeted with cool recognition. Not described as more faithful, received a slightly warmer welcome. Each interaction reinforced Voldemort's complete knowledge of their activities and his calculated assessment of their worth to his re-established cause. Most telling were the absences that Voldemort addressed directly, pointing to the gaps in the circle where Death Eaters should have stood. 3 were imprisoned in Azkaban: Bellatrix Lestrange, her husband Rodolphus, and his brother Rabiston, and received rare praise from their master for maintaining loyalty at terrible cost. They will be honored beyond their dreams, Voldemort promised, establishing a hierarchy of favor based on proven dedication, rather than mere convenience. This promise would be fulfilled less than a year later, when these faithful servants were liberated in a mass breakout from the wizarding prison. One absence received particular attention: a Death Eater who had fled rather than returned to his master's side. Though unnamed in the graveyard, this reference clearly indicated Igor Karkaroff, who would indeed attempt to escape his former allegiance only to be hunted down and killed the following year. Voldemort's promise that he will be killed was not empty rhetoric, but a death sentence delivered with the cold certainty of one who had never failed to punish betrayal. Most significant was the space Voldemort identified as belonging to my most faithful servant, who remained at Hogwarts. This acknowledgement of Barty Crouch Jr.'s essential role in engineering the events leading to his resurrection represented the highest praise in the Dark Lord's hierarchy of service, recognition not merely of loyalty, but of effective action that directly advanced his return to power. Beyond these individual assessments lay Voldemort's broader message to his reformed circle. He reminded them of his disappointment in their failure to search for him, contrasting their comfortable lives with his years of painful, formless existence. He recounted the story of his downfall and subsequent survival through the Horcruxes he had created long before, though without using that specific term, emphasizing both his foresight in preparing against death and his extraordinary magical achievement in transcending it. I was ripped from my body, he told them, less than spirit, less than the meanest ghost, but still, I was alive. This explanation served multiple purposes: educating his followers about his continued existence, impressing them with his magical power, and implicitly warning them that he could not be permanently defeated by conventional means. The subtext was clear: betrayal would be pointless, since Voldemort could not truly die. The theatrical elements of this gathering should not be overlooked. The setting itself, a graveyard at night, with Harry Potter bound to the tombstone of Voldemort's Muggle father, created a perfect tableau for the Dark Lord's return. The timing, immediately following his physical restoration, allowed him to demonstrate his renewed power from a position of strength rather than weakness. The individual addressing of each Death Eater established both his total recall of their histories and his intention to maintain personal control rather than delegate authority. Every aspect of the gathering reinforced Voldemort's central message: I have returned. I remember everything, and I am in complete command. For the Death Eaters, this reformation of their circle represented a complex renegotiation of a relationship many had believed, perhaps hoped, was permanently severed. Those who had genuinely mourned their master's fall and maintained faith in his return, like Bellatrix Lestrange, would find their loyalty rewarded. Those who had renounced him to save themselves, like Lucius Malfoy, faced a more tenuous position, valuable for their resources and connections, but permanently marked by their disloyalty. And those who had actively betrayed their former comrades to secure lighter sentences, like Igor Karkaroff, received what amounted to a death warrant. Yet even as Voldemort re-established his dominance over this inner circle, subtle changes in his leadership approach became apparent. Where the younger Tom Riddle had often led through charismatic persuasion, appealing to his followers' ambitions and prejudices while concealing his most extreme views, the resurrected Voldemort displayed a more overtly dictatorial style. His willingness to use the Cruciatus Curse on Avery, not in private punishment but as public spectacle, suggested a shift toward ruling through fear, rather than a more nuanced mixture of fear and reward. This change reflected both Voldemort's experiences during his years of disembodiment and the psychological effects of his extensively fragmented soul. The Tom Riddle, who had carefully cultivated supporters at Hogwarts, and afterward had understood the value of allowing followers to believe they served their own interests by serving his. The Voldemort who emerged from the cauldron, having experienced what he considered the ultimate betrayal by his Death Eaters, now viewed them primarily as tools rather than allies, useful but fundamentally untrustworthy. The final act of this dark reunion centered on Harry Potter, the unexpected witness whom Voldemort now used as a demonstration subject for his returned powers. Releasing the boy from his bindings only to force him into a duel served multiple purposes beyond mere cruelty. It proved to the assembled Death Eaters that their master could now touch Harry without harm, overcoming the protection that had previously defeated him. It demonstrated Voldemort's confidence in his restored magical abilities, and it was intended to provide a definitive end to the legend of the boy who lived, eliminating the symbolic hope that had sustained resistance during the Dark Lord's absence. The failure of this final purpose, when Harry escaped through the unexpected Priori Incantatem effect and the activation of the Portkey, created a discordant conclusion to what had been carefully staged as Voldemort's perfect return. The Death Eaters witnessed not only their master's power, but also the continuation of his strange inability to kill Harry Potter, potentially planting seeds of doubt about his invincibility. This unexpected outcome would influence the dynamics of the Reformed Circle going forward, as Voldemort's obsession with understanding and overcoming this connection to Harry intensified. In the days following this gathering, the Death Eaters dispersed to resume their positions in Wizarding Society, now operating as an active network rather than dormant individuals. Lucius Malfoy returned to his political machinations, using his influence to support the Ministry's denial of Voldemort's return. McNair continued his work within the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, providing inside information on Ministry operations. Others resumed recruiting efforts among those sympathetic to pure-blood ideology, preparing for the more public phase of Voldemort's return to power. The Reformed Circle represented not merely the restoration of Voldemort's support structure, but the reactivation of a parallel society within Wizarding Britain, one with its own hierarchy, value system, and objectives. These Death Eaters moved between the legitimate Wizarding world and Voldemort's shadow organization, their dual identities, allowing them to undermine the very institutions that employed and honored them. This infiltration strategy, refined during Voldemort's first rise to power, would prove even more effective in his second campaign, as his followers had spent the intervening years establishing deeper cover and stronger positions. As darkness deepens around you and sleep approaches, consider the intricate balance of fear, ambition, ideology, and self-preservation that drew these wizards and witches back to a master many had renounced. What complex calculations must have occurred in those moments when the dark mark burned after 13 years of silence? How does the reformation of this circle reflect the broader human tendency to realign with power when it reemerges after seeming defeat? And in your own life, how might you recognize and resist the pull toward complicity with systems or leaders whose values contradict your deeper principles, even when alignment offers protection or advancement? Chapter 11. The Duel and Escape. In the stillness that followed the reformation of the Death Eater Circle, a terrible tableau formed in the little Hangleton graveyard. Lord Voldemort, newly restored to physical form, stood triumphant among his followers. Before him, bound to the marble headstone of Tom Riddle Sr., Harry Potter had witnessed both the Dark Lord's rebirth and the reunion with his servants. What would follow would become one of the most extraordinary magical confrontations in modern wizarding history. A duel between the most feared dark wizard of the age and a 14-year-old boy, culminating in a rare and ancient magical phenomenon that neither combatant could have anticipated. "You have been taught how to duel, Harry Potter?" Voldemort asked, his high, cold voice carrying clearly through the night air. The question contained a terrible mockery. What training could possibly prepare a schoolboy to face Lord Voldemort at the height of his powers? Yet it also reflected the Dark Lord's peculiar sense of formality, his desire not merely to kill Harry, but to defeat him properly, to erase the anomaly of his previous failure through a demonstration of his superior magical prowess. With a casual flick of his wand, Voldemort released Harry from his bindings. The boy fell forward onto the grass of the graveyard, his legs numb from being secured so tightly to the headstone. As he struggled to his feet, Voldemort ordered Pettigrew to return his wand, another element of the formal dueling tradition that seemed grotesquely inappropriate, given the vast disparity between the opponents. This was not to be an honorable contest between equals, but an execution preceded by ritual humiliation. The Death Eaters formed a tighter circle around them, silent witnesses to what their master had promised would be his ultimate triumph over the boy who had somehow survived his killing curse 13 years earlier. Their silver masks reflected the faint moonlight, creating an audience of identical featureless faces, a jury already decided, awaiting only the inevitable verdict. "First we bow to each other, Harry," Voldemort instructed, bending slightly while keeping his serpentine face upturned, his red eyes never leaving his young opponent. When Harry remained upright, refusing this mockery of dueling etiquette, Voldemort's response revealed much about his transformed nature. Rather than immediately punishing this defiance with pain or death, he forced compliance through the imperious curse, compelling Harry's spine to bend in an involuntary bow that satisfied the Dark Lord's sense of proper form. This insistence on formal procedure, even as he prepared to murder a child, offers a window into Voldemort's psychology after resurrection. The ritual elements were not merely sadistic entertainment, but a means of establishing complete control over the narrative of their encounter. By forcing Harry to participate in dueling formalities, Voldemort sought to transform what had once been a mysterious magical protection into a straightforward contest of power, one he was certain he would win, thereby erasing the anomaly of his previous defeat. The duel began with Voldemort's application of the Cruciatus Curse, sending Harry collapsing to the ground in agony beyond description. Witnesses would later recall Harry's screams echoing through the graveyard, as every nerve in his body signaled unbearable pain simultaneously. This was not merely torture but demonstration, showing the Death Eaters the complete vulnerability of the boy they had been told once defeated their master through some extraordinary power. When the curse lifted, Harry rolled away desperately, taking cover behind the marble headstone that had recently been his prison. The absurdity of this situation, a schoolboy attempting to hide from one of history's most powerful dark wizards behind a stone, barely large enough to shield his body, underscored the hopelessness of his position. Yet in this moment of extremity, Harry demonstrated the quality that would repeatedly confound Voldemort: absolute refusal to submit even in the face of certain defeat. As Voldemort stalked closer, taunting Harry to face him like a man, straight-backed and proud as his father had died, the psychological dimension of the confrontation became clear. The Dark Lord sought not merely to kill Harry's body, but to break his spirit first, to force acknowledgement of Voldemort's superiority, to see fear and submission in the eyes that had somehow reflected his killing curse back at him as an infant. In this, he miscalculated profoundly. When Harry emerged from behind the headstone, it was not in submission but in defiance. Though trembling from the after effects of the Cruciatus curse, his grip on his wand steady enough, he faced Voldemort with the courage that would repeatedly prove to be one of his most powerful weapons. If death was inevitable, he would meet it standing, not begging for mercy that would never be granted. What happened next transcended the expectations of everyone present, including the duelists themselves. As Voldemort cast the killing curse and Harry, with no realistic hope of countering such magic, desperately shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Their spells met in midair. Instead of one overwhelming the other, the streams of light connected, forming a brilliant golden thread that linked the two wands together. This was not a standard magical interaction, but the activation of an ancient and rare phenomenon known as priori incantatem, the reverse spell effect. The golden thread splintered into 1,000 more strands, arcing high over the duelists and enclosing them in a golden dome-like web of light that isolated them from the surrounding Death Eaters. Within this dome, a haunting sound began, Phoenix song, filled with unearthly beauty and hope, seeming to speak directly to Harry's heart rather than his ears. Simultaneously, vibrations traveled along the connected beam between the wands, creating beads of intensely bright light that moved back and forth along the golden thread. This extraordinary phenomenon resulted from a rare magical connection that Voldemort had not considered, his wand and Harry's shared cores from the same phoenix. Dumbledore would later explain that when brother wands are forced to duel against each other, one will compel the other to regurgitate shadows of the spells it has most recently performed, in reverse order. As the phenomenon intensified, Harry found himself engaged in a battle of wills, forcing the beads of light away from his wand and toward Voldemort's through sheer determination. When a bead of light finally connected with Voldemort's wand tip, the consequences were both beautiful and terrible. Ghostly forms began to emerge from his wand, echoes of his most recent victims. First came the hand he had conjured for Pettigrew, followed by a smoky shadow of Cedric Diggory, confused but retaining enough awareness to speak. Then emerged an elderly Muggle man Harry didn't recognize, Frank Bryce, the caretaker of the Riddle House, murdered when he stumbled upon Voldemort and Pettigrew. After him appeared Bertha Jorkins, the Ministry witch whose information had helped Voldemort formulate his plan. These spectral figures were neither ghosts nor true resurrections but something in between, echoes or shadows of those killed by Voldemort's wand, temporarily pulled back into the world through the reverse spell effect. They drifted around the Golden Dome, speaking words of encouragement to Harry and promises to distract Voldemort when the connection broke. Their appearance visibly unsettled the Dark Lord, who had not anticipated this manifestation of his victims and seemed unable to comprehend how they could exist in any form after he had eliminated them. Then came the moment Harry had unconsciously hoped for since learning of the wizarding world, the appearance of his parents. First his father emerged from Voldemort's wand, looking as he had on the night of his murder, followed by his mother Lily, whose sacrifice had provided Harry with protection that had lasted to this day. Though insubstantial as smoke, their presence carried emotional weight that nearly overwhelmed Harry amid the chaos of the situation. For the first time since infancy, he heard his mother's voice offering love and guidance, his father's words providing practical instruction for escape. Their advice was both tactical and emotional. They would provide momentary cover when Harry broke the connection, allowing him precious seconds to reach the Triwizard Cup, which remained a portkey that could return him to Hogwarts. They could not remain long in this half-existence, but they could give their son this final gift of protection. On his father's count, Harry wrenched his wand upward, breaking the golden thread. The dome of light vanished immediately, and the spectral figures converged on Voldemort, temporarily obscuring his vision. Harry ran as he had never run before, zigzagging between gravestones as spells from Death Eaters exploded around him. Reaching Cedric's body, he summoned the Triwizard Cup with the Accio charm, while maintaining his grip on the fallen Hufflepuff's wrist. As the cup flew into his outstretched hand, Harry experienced the familiar jerk behind his navel that signaled the activation of a portkey. The graveyard, Voldemort, and the Death Eaters dissolved around him as he was pulled back to Hogwarts, carrying with him not victory but survival, and the body of Cedric Diggory as testimony to Voldemort's return. For Voldemort, this unexpected escape represented a significant setback to his carefully constructed plan. The death of Harry Potter was to have been the exclamation point on his resurrection, proof that the protection which had once defeated him had been overcome. Instead, he faced the possibility that news of his return would spread immediately through Harry's testimony, potentially mobilizing opposition before he had consolidated his power base. Though he had achieved his primary goal of physical restoration, this secondary failure would accelerate his timeline for public emergence. More concerning from a magical perspective was the implication of the priori incantatem effect. Voldemort, despite his extensive magical knowledge, had been genuinely surprised by the connection between the brother wands. This represented a gap in his understanding of wand lore that would become increasingly significant as he sought ways to overcome the problem in future confrontations with Harry. The solution he would eventually pursue, seeking the Elder Wand from wizarding legend, would create new complications and vulnerabilities in his carefully constructed plans. For Harry, the return to Hogwarts marked not the end but the beginning of a new phase in his conflict with Voldemort. Physically injured, emotionally traumatized by witnessing Cedric's murder and his parents' spectral appearance, he nevertheless carried crucial information back from the graveyard. Voldemort had returned, had gathered his followers, and was preparing to resume his campaign of terror. In the chaos that followed his arrival, with Barty Crouch Jr. Exposure, and the Ministry's immediate denial of Voldemort's return, this information would become both burden and responsibility for the young wizard. The duel in the graveyard had demonstrated something fundamental about both Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort that would shape their continuing conflict. Voldemort possessed overwhelming magical power and knowledge, but remained blind to certain forms of magic, particularly those involving sacrifice, love, and the deep connections between related magical objects. Harry, though limited in formal magical education, possessed extraordinary courage, adaptability, and an intuitive connection to forms of magic that Voldemort consistently underestimated. As you drift toward sleep, consider the strange symmetry of that golden dome in the graveyard, where time seemed temporarily suspended, and death itself partially reversed. What might we learn from the fact that Voldemort, who had gone to extraordinary lengths to conquer death, found himself confronted by the shadows of those he had killed? How might the capacity to face death with courage, as Harry did when he believed escape impossible, represent a form of power incomprehensible to one who fears death above all else? And in the moments of your own life when escape seems impossible, what unexpected connections or resources might appear if you maintain the will to continue rather than submit to apparent inevitability? Chapter 12. The Ministry's Denial. The triumphant sounds of the Triwizard Tournament's final task, celebratory music, cheering crowds, excited commentary, transformed in an instant to shocked silence as Harry Potter appeared at the edge of the maze. Clutched in one hand was the Triwizard Cup, in the other the lifeless wrist of Cedric Diggory. Blood seeped from a cut on Harry's arm. His robes were torn and soiled with graveyard dirt, and his eyes held the haunted look of someone who had witnessed horrors beyond imagining. As the silence gave way to screams of recognition and grief, the wizarding world stood at the threshold of a new era, though many would refuse to step across it. "He's back," Harry gasped to Dumbledore, who had reached him first among the approaching crowd. "Voldemort's back." These simple words, spoken by an exhausted and traumatized 14-year-old boy, contained information that would have catalyzed immediate action in a rational world. Mobilization of Aurors, international magical cooperation, protective measures for vulnerable populations, and a coordinated strategy to counter the returned Dark Lord before he could re-establish his power base. Instead, they initiated one of the most dangerous periods in modern wizarding history, a year of official denial that allowed Voldemort to gather strength, while the very institutions meant to protect magical society actively suppressed the truth of his return. At the center of this catastrophic response stood Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, whose reaction to news of Voldemort's resurrection revealed the fatal weakness of character that would define his final year in office. Arriving at Hogwarts amid the chaos following Harry's return, Fudge was presented with compelling evidence: Harry's testimony of the graveyard ritual, Cedric's unexplained death, and soon thereafter, the discovery that Alastor Moody had in fact been Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise, a Death Eater supposedly dead in Azkaban, who confessed under Veritaserum to implementing Voldemort's plan throughout the school year. Faced with this evidence, Fudge made a choice that prioritized personal comfort and political stability over truth and public safety. He refused to believe that Voldemort had returned. More than that, he actively worked to suppress and discredit the information, beginning that very night, when he allowed a Dementor to administer its soul-destroying kiss to Barty Crouch Jr. Before the Death Eater's testimony could be properly documented or verified by independent parties. "He can't be back, Dumbledore. He just can't be," Fudge had whispered in the hospital wing, his lime-green bowler hat twisted anxiously in his hands. This statement, seemingly born of genuine fear rather than malice, revealed the fundamental weakness that made Fudge so dangerous in this crucial moment. His inability to confront an unpleasant reality, his desperate wish to return to the comfort of the status quo, transformed him from merely an ineffective leader into an active impediment to the wizarding world's security. In the days and weeks that followed, the Ministry of Magic's denial crystallized into official policy. Rather than investigate Harry's claims, they systematically undermined his credibility through the wizarding press, particularly the Daily Prophet. Headlines questioning Harry's mental stability began appearing with alarming frequency. Phrases like attention-seeking, disturbed, and possible delusions peppered articles ostensibly about the Triwizard Tournament's conclusion, but actually serving as character assassination of the young wizard who had witnessed Voldemort's return. This campaign extended to Dumbledore as well. The headmaster's unwavering support of Harry's account and his immediate efforts to reconstitute the Order of the Phoenix marked him, in the Ministry's view, as a potential threat to their authority. While still acknowledging his past achievements, Ministry-influenced press began suggesting that the great wizard's powers might be waning with age, that his judgment could no longer be trusted implicitly, particularly regarding the fantastical claims of a boy with a known history of unusual experiences. The mechanics of this denial campaign revealed much about the institutional vulnerabilities of wizarding Britain. The Daily Prophet, ostensibly an independent news source, demonstrated its susceptibility to ministry influence, publishing articles that clearly advanced the official narrative while suppressing contrary viewpoints. The newspaper's capitulation to political pressure highlighted the absence of truly independent media within the magical community, a critical weakness when accurate information became essential to public safety. More concerning was the ministry's willingness to use its regulatory powers to silence dissent within its own ranks. Employees who expressed concern about Harry's claims or suggested precautionary measures against a possible return of Voldemort found themselves subtly sidelined, their projects delayed by new bureaucratic requirements, their advice overlooked in policy discussions. This internal suppression often occurred through plausibly deniable means: budget adjustments, departmental reorganizations, extended review processes that maintained the appearance of normal governance while effectively neutralizing potential resistance. Arthur Weasley, working in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, witnessed this process firsthand. His cautious inquiries about enhanced security measures earned him nothing but suspicious glances from superiors and subtle warnings from colleagues concerned for his career prospects. The message became clear throughout the ministry's corridors: advancement and security required adherence to the official position that Voldemort had not returned, while suggestion otherwise invited professional isolation or worse. For many ministry employees, this pressure created a painful dilemma. Those who had lived through Voldemort's first rise to power recognized the warning signs in recent unexplained disappearances and strange incidents. Yet acknowledging these patterns publicly meant risking their livelihoods and the financial security of their families. Most chose compromise, maintaining private vigilance while publicly conforming to the ministry's position, a seemingly reasonable individual choice that collectively enabled the very denial putting society at risk. Beyond the ministry itself, Fudge leveraged the wizarding world's existing power structures to reinforce his position. Influential pureblood families, particularly those with known sympathies to Voldemort's ideology, provided public support for the minister's measured response to unverified rumors. Business leaders, concerned about economic instability should panic spread, backed the official narrative of continued peace and safety. Social elites, whose standing depended partly on ministry connections, hosted galas and charity events, where the consensus view dismissed Potter's claims as the unfortunate delusions of a troubled young wizard. This alignment of institutional interests behind the denial narrative created a formidable barrier to the truth. Even those inclined to believe Harry found themselves isolated when expressing such views, facing social and professional consequences for questioning the comfortable fiction maintained by the ministry. The path of least resistance, accepting the official explanation that Cedric's death was a tragic accident and Harry's account a stress-induced hallucination, offered immediate benefits in form of continued normalcy and belonging. Meanwhile, Dumbledore worked urgently against this backdrop of denial, reconvening the Order of the Phoenix to establish an underground resistance. Operating from the hidden headquarters at number 12 Grimmauld Place, this group of witches and wizards, many veterans of the First Wizarding War, gathered intelligence, monitored known Death Eater activities, and prepared defensive measures outside official channels. Their efforts, though crucial, were severely hampered by their unofficial status, lacking the resources, authority, and public platform that ministry support would have provided. The psychological dimensions of the ministry's denial reflected patterns familiar to scholars of historical crises. Confronted with evidence of a threat that challenged their fundamental assumptions about safety and stability, many wizards and witches experienced cognitive dissonance, the uncomfortable mental state resulting from contradictory beliefs. The easiest resolution to this dissonance was not reassessing their assumptions, but rejecting the new information that caused the discomfort. Fudge's denial provided a convenient authority figure endorsing this psychologically easier path. For the average magical citizen, distant from the events at Hogwarts and the little Hangleton graveyard, the choice between believing the ministry or Harry Potter presented itself as a choice between continued normalcy and acknowledging a terrifying new reality. Most chose comfort, not from moral weakness, but from the very human tendency to accept reassuring explanations from trusted institutions. This collective psychological mechanism allowed Voldemort to operate in the shadows for nearly a year, while the very community he threatened participated unwittingly in concealing his return. As summer turned to autumn and then winter, this denial created precisely the conditions Voldemort needed to rebuild his power base. Operating from the shadows, he gathered his scattered followers, recruited new adherents to his cause, and developed strategies for infiltrating key magical institutions. The absence of ministry countermeasures allowed him to move Wizarding Britain's chess pieces into position at his leisure, preparing for the moment when denial would no longer be possible. For Harry Potter returned to Privet Drive for the summer, and then back to Hogwarts under the watchful eye of Dolores Umbridge, Fudge's appointee to ensure Dumbledore could not spread dissent. This period represented a unique form of isolation. To experience trauma, and then have the reality of that trauma denied is a particular kind of psychological torture. Each Daily Prophet article questioning his sanity, each letter from friends urging him to be careful what you say, reinforced his separation from the community that had once welcomed him as their savior. The ministry's denial culminated in the educational decrees imposed at Hogwarts through Umbridge, systematically restricting students' ability to discuss Voldemort's return or organize any meaningful response. The formation of Dumbledore's army, as an underground defense group, represented not merely practical preparation for the coming conflict, but psychological resistance against the ministry's attempt to control reality itself through institutional power. When students gathered in the room of requirement to practice defensive spells, they were asserting the primacy of truth over authority, a small but significant act of defiance against the ministry's enforced fiction. The breaking point came finally, inevitably, at the Department of Mysteries, when Voldemort lured Harry there in search of the prophecy that connected them. The resulting battle between Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix spilled from the department's hidden depths into the Ministry atrium itself. There, Cornelius Fudge and several Ministry officials arrived in time to witness Voldemort in person before he disapparated. In that moment, denial became impossible even for those most invested in maintaining it. "He's there," a wizard shouted, pointing to where Voldemort had stood moments before. "I saw him, Mr. Fudge. I swear, it was you-know-who." Fudge's face, ashen and shocked, revealed the collapse of his carefully maintained worldview. The fiction he had promoted for nearly a year disintegrated in an instant of direct confrontation with the reality he had refused to acknowledge. His whispered words, "I saw him with my own eyes," marked the official end of the denial period and the beginning of open conflict. The consequences of this year-long delay proved catastrophic. Voldemort had used the time precisely as expected, gathering strength, placing agents in key positions, and preparing for a campaign of terror that would be far more difficult to counter than if addressed immediately after his return. The Ministry found itself scrambling to implement security measures that should have been in place months earlier, while simultaneously dealing with a crisis of public confidence in its leadership and judgment. For Cornelius Fudge, the political consequences were swift and severe. Within 2 weeks of Voldemort's appearance at the Ministry, public pressure forced his resignation. His replacement, Rufus Scrimgeour, inherited an institution compromised by internal Death Eater sympathizers, a magical community divided by the previous year's propaganda campaign, and a security apparatus unprepared for the conflict already underway. The damage done by denial could not be quickly undone, even with new leadership acknowledging the threat. More broadly, the Ministry's handling of Voldemort's return revealed structural weaknesses in Wizarding Britain's governance that had enabled his first rise to power and would facilitate his second. The centralization of authority with minimal checks and balances, the susceptibility of magical media to governmental influence, the close relationships between political leadership and wealthy pure-blood families, and the absence of transparent democratic processes all created vulnerabilities that Voldemort exploited effectively. The denial period merely highlighted institutional flaws that had existed long before Fudge's fateful decision. As darkness gathers around you and sleep approaches, consider the parallels between the Ministry's denial and similar patterns in Muggle history and contemporary society. How often do institutions choose comfortable fiction over uncomfortable truth? What role does the human tendency toward denial play in our collective response to emerging threats? And most importantly, what responsibility do individuals bear when confronted with evidence that contradicts official narratives, especially when acceptance of that evidence demands difficult action rather than comfortable passivity? In the space between knowledge and acknowledgement lies territory as dangerous as any dark wizard's domain, where the seeds of future suffering grow in the fertile soil of deliberate ignorance.